A huge waterfall, and on the edges of it two great shinobi. Or rather their exalted statues. Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju. They were great representatives of their clans. We were able to create a hidden leaf village that everyone calls nothing else than Konoha. They were able to stop the great enmity between the Uchiha and Senju. But then everything changed and the Sora broke out between them again, which led to Madara's death. Hashirama defended his relatives, family, village. He had a high stake in this difficult battle. He couldn't lose this battle, it could destroy everything they had built. Madara was killed and buried by Hashirama so deeply that light does not penetrate there, and darkness is the eternal friend of this haven. It is under the waterfall, deep underground, that a person is sitting now who surprises everyone with his face. Long black hair, black eyes. In a jacket and trousers worn by Hunins in Konoha. Madara Uchiha himself. Rarely, but still he went out and satisfied his male needs. He had never had love. And he didn't understand it. He lived only thanks to Izanagi. The first he used in battle and the second in old age was knocking on his door. Most recently, having selected the eyes and awakened Rinnegan in them, he transplanted them to a boy from the Uzumaki clan. Here a creature comes out in front of him. He looked like a man, but the floor of the body was white and the other was black. It was Zetsu. Madara-sama shouted. White Zetsu. Madara asked again, here we have started an argument. In my opinion geniuses are born geniuses. But he says that's not what the white Zetsu said. Of course, if the father or mother are geniuses, it does not mean that the child will be a genius, said Black Zetsu. Do you want me to solve this dispute? Asked Uchiha. That's exactly what Zetsu said. I believe that everything depends on the person and his motivation. We always had a war and I grew up in eternal training. I had talent, but the rest I achieved with hard work. Now you know I wanted a beautiful girl, could you find me? I'll just look at your taste, Madara said. Maybe he told Zetsu himself, would like to leave someone behind, and just by him everyone will understand me, the god of Shinobi said. A beautiful girl of about 20 was now standing in front of the mirror. Beautiful black hair to the middle of the back, black eyes that looked straight into the soul. So what should I wear today? Is that's it, the girl said and put on her white dress. The white dress was just below the knees. It was fastened at the waist with a white bow. The hands were a little further than the elbows. I only did it once, and that was on my son's first day at the academy. I'll go to the clearing today and sit and look at the glow of the flowers just at that time now, the girl thought. She quietly loosened her hair so that 2 strands of hair covered her face. It looked very beautiful. The girl had a slim waist and beautiful breasts. The girl left the room and walked down a long corridor. When she reached the end she turned to the right and wearing her shoes went out into the yard and reached the landfill near the house, which was very close to home. Son, I'm going for a walk and I'll be back in the evening. Do you want to come with me? The girl asked hopefully. Now her son was training, he was very talented. And surprised many. No mom. Come on, good luck, I'm training, Itachi said with a chill that corresponds to Uchiha. Okay, son, be careful, please, said Mikoto Uchiha. She calmly left the clan and just as calmly left the village. The girl came out into a beautiful clearing. Now was a great time. The flowers bloomed and their fragrance spread everywhere. The girl sat down under a tree peacefully enjoying nature. But today the girl chose the wrong time because Zetsu was moving along this path. How I felt her chakra and saw the girl a little coming out of the ground. She was also from the Uchiha clan. Zetsu stressed that she is very beautiful for the girls of this world. Even very much like not from this world. Mikoto didn't pick the flowers because they were growing so beautifully. She had a hard fate and you wouldn't wish that on anyone. Therefore, since childhood, she loved to enjoy such tranquility. In an instant, the girl felt as if her entire chakra had disappeared and lost consciousness. Zetsu grabbed the girl and took her underground and moved her into the cave. Putting it on the only bed here, he began to wait for words from Madara. "So you're reading it?" the shinobi god asked. "Yes, her beauty is not natural for this world," said Black Zetsu. "Well, I agree, but why did you bring a girl from my clan to me?" "Decided to annoy me, so?" Madara asked. "Not quite," said the white Zetsu, "although okay, let's wait until she wakes up," Uchiha said. An hour later, the girl woke up. And resting on her hands, she stood up and began to look around. The girl realized that she was in some kind of cave that had no way out. The girl also saw a man sitting on a kind of throne and looking at her. "I'm sorry, but where am I?" the girl asked. Madara got up and came out into the light, showing Mikoto's eyes. "Madara, am the one who died?" the girl asked, but she spoke about her death as if it would be good for her. "No, I want to see at least someone after me. He will continue my path to peace," said the shinobi god. Mikoto looked at Madara in fear because he made it clear that he wanted a child. "Please, Madara-sama, no," said the girl and quietly crawled back. "I do not advise you to resist. I do not want to kill you," Madara said, and activated his Sharingan, which he snatched from one of the Uchi who was passing by. "Please, no." "Why?" did Mikoto ask. "Why is fate so unfair to her? If you don't want me to tear your beautiful dress, take it off yourself," Madara said, looking at the girl who was crying like a river. "Well, please, Madara-sama, don't do this," Mikoto said, and crawled back a little. "I gave you a choice," said Madara Secunda, and he is next. Taking hold of the clothes near the girl's chest, Madara squeezed the clothes. How the gentle hands of a girl grabbed his hands. "Please have pity on me. Or better kill," Mikoto said. She felt the power in him, her receptors didn't lie to her. "I don't want to," Madara said, and took off his clothes, showing a beautiful chest that was hidden by a shower of black light. "No whimper, please," shouted the girl. Feeling the cold gaze on her chest, she covered them with her hand. Madara came down again, tearing his clothes. Now Mikoto is in her underwear. Her black and red panties were also visible to Madara. But she tried to cover them up, too. "Please, Madara," the girl screamed, all in tears, feeling the unchangeable. Madara removed his hand and tore the girl's panties. The girl's perineum was smooth and smelled nice. Care was felt. Madara grabbed the girl by the throat and pinned her to the bed. Instantly, the girl was on the bed and received a blow to her legs. Please stop everything," the girl hoped, but this current excited Madara. Why is she doing all this? Madara has already thrown out his pants and taking his trunk abruptly went into the dry girl. His trunk was much larger than her husband's. He was tearing up the girl. Uchiha also held the girl's throat and she held his hand, trying to soften the shinobi god a little. Madara brutally had a girl for an hour, impregnating her and tearing her vagina. The girl had red handprints and bruises everywhere. There were also bruises that my husband put on, but now there are also new ones. She was naked and barely breathing. She kept crying and her voice was hoarse. If she stopped moaning, the blows again inspired. "Who is the boss here?" Mikoto was barely breathing, she was in pain and scared. She was crying, but it didn't help her. After all, she is no longer at home and no one cares about her. Madara abruptly came out and looked from the side at the girl who lay on her side and ate, breathing. Her shoulders heaved with tears. Mikoto stood up as abruptly as she could. Madara thought she would run away, hit him or something. But then she threw herself into his arms and hugging her shoulders, and her head was on the shoulder of the shinobi god. "Whimper, please, whimper, Madara-sama." "Hink, stop eating," Mikoto said. Madara was ready to strike sharply if she tried to kill him, but not as he did not expect it. if you please me now, I will give you 30 minutes of rest, Madara said. Madara lay down and waited. Before that, he abruptly threw her on the bed. He harbored a weak conscience, the same thing he harbored for her now. Mikoto climbed on the Uchiha and was able to sit down on its trunk. Moving quietly, she was able to bring him. But still got hit in the face at the end. Again she clamped down and began to wait for this continuation. She even fell asleep, but woke up from a monstrous rupture of the anus that Uchiha arranged for her. Tears rolled over her with renewed force. The pain was terrible and the situation was even worse. Zetsu appeared everywhere about 30 minutes after the first time. And grabbing the girl by the arms and legs, they expanded her. Uchiha entered and tore up the girl for more than 3 hours. He entered the girl more and more with each pose, causing a lot of pain. He expected insults, threats and attacks from Mikoto, but none of this happened. The girl steadfastly endured the blows of fate again. "HNK well, please stop Madara," she said. Mikoto again throwing herself on the neck of Uchiha. Madara did not stop and continued. He raped the girl all night, mocking her. And he used all the poses that he knew. It was hard for the girl to even move. There was only one question in her mind: why? The girl was sobbing bitterly and her tears could make oceans. And no one even looked for her in her house, no one cared. Madara was completely satisfied and moved away from the girl. Dressed again, he sat on his throne. "Are you satisfied with Madara-sama?" asked Black Zetsu. "Yes, it was the best thing I ever had. Although I used to use Sharingan to subdue, but now I didn't want to and I liked it much more. But I do not know why Madara told me badly in my heart, so now you will have a child," said the white Zetsu, looking at the girl who was breathing and moving. "Yes, as a parent, take away the child and grow up," the god of Shinobi said. Mikoto had wounds and bruises that were very swollen. Black bruises all over the body. The neck was bitten and covered in traces. Blood flowed from his mouth and meowed from places. Her cute ass turned into a red mess from the blows. To say that it was painful to say nothing. Hearing about the baby, her eyes widened. Yes, this child is living proof of this terrible day. But this is her child. Not one mother does not want to brace her child. Madara-sama ka is not necessary. "Leave my child," Mikoto said. "Why did he ask you, Madara?" "This is my child. I don't want to leave him," said 8 like Mikoto. "You are not weak for me now. You surprised me, you have a strong spirit. Even after all this, you have kindness," Madara said and added, "I look like that and no one even came out to look after you." "My eyes are everywhere," Madara said. There was only silence in response, because even talking was painful. "You're not so beautiful and nobody needs you. Well, my child will give you love. He will give you a lot of happiness. And will not disappoint you once. You will feel more protected than ever," Madara said, as if foreshadowing all this. "Thank you." As the girl squeezed out of herself, she continued to hold her vagina, which was bleeding. "But if he can't even use one technique at the age of 5, then he will be taken away," Madara said. Only shock appeared on Mikoto's face. "Come here," Madara said in an order tone. The girl stood up and looked at her torn dress, because she had only worn it once. She walked slowly towards Madara and, coming closer, began to wait for further words. "So tell me how you are living now." "You betrayed me," Madara said and slapped the woman's face, from which she staggered. "The clan was no longer respected after you left. We've had the worst missions. The number has decreased since then. Many left the village. We got the worst missions. The clan is not developing so fast, but is weakening more and more," Mikoto said, standing on her bare legs that were bruised and her knees were shaking. "Well, is it easy for you now, eh? You thought that once the first one is better than me and you will be better off, and again the blow that was stronger than the previous one. The girl had quiet tears and she was trembling even from the air because her wounds hurt from it. Here, tell me, would you follow me? Asked Madara. To be honest, I think that the clan should follow its leader, because they owe it to him. Since it was he who led them and led them to this or that greatness, Mikoto said honestly. It means yes, Madara said. He felt that she wasn't lying to him. He looked at Mikoto with pity. The girl was surprised by him more and more. Then Madara realized that if she had been in his time, then she would have been his and he would have fought for her. Now he began to understand what exactly Hashirama was strong about. When there is someone to fight for, a person is much stronger. If you were born in my time, then you would be mine. I would have won your love. You are the first and only one who somehow touched my heart and soul, the god of Shinobi said. There was shock in Mikoto's face. Well, do they fall in love in seconds? Asked the white Zetsu. Her behavior, her words and actions made me feel guilty. Well, she's the first one after my brother who could do that, said the Shinobi god. Taking a scroll and printing out spare clothes, namely pants that fit snugly to the body and a jacket, he gave Mikoto to the girl, who looked at him in surprise, saying how. Madara stood up and put Mikoto in his seat. Taking the jacket, he put it on the girl, who ate as she raised her hands to the top. After putting on his jacket, he took his pants down. While he was dressing, he was amazed at how much pain he had caused her. What is your name? Asked Madara. Mikoto. Well, go and your husband will forget about you for a year, Madara said. Mikoto ate as she got up, and then she was picked up by Zetsu, who moved her underground again to bring her back. Black Zetsu. Do you know anything about her? Asked Madara. Of course. Zetsu knew everyone because he needed information for his plan. Tell me. Uchiha Mikoto was born in the family of the head of the clan. She was the only child in the family. She was not loved because after her birth, her mother could no longer have children. And since she wasn't a guy, she couldn't become the next head, which angered her parents even more. Then her journey began. The hatred was not only from the parents, but also from the clan. After all, the clansmen saw how she was scolded for any little thing, even for being late for a minute or even less. But the most amazing thing is that she was never evil and remained kind. She made friends with Jinchuriki and supported her. When no one talked to her, Mikoto became her best friend, but then she found a boyfriend and betrayed her friend, only occasionally communicating with her. She was forcibly married to her husband. They beat her every day in the backyards and in the house, smashing the nose and mouth. And until they bleed, they did not calm down. They didn't rape her just because she had to remain untouched for her future husband. The girl wanted to gain the trust of the clan and trained as if they were not themselves. No one before her had ever been able to control throwing weapons in the clan like that. Earlier, the awakening of Sharingan and excellent knowledge allowed her to graduate from the academy the best of all. But the parents asked not to tell anyone that she was a genius, but only the opposite. She grew up in cruelty. They did it all because they had already found a great deal. Even before the academy. The view of Fugaku as a future husband. Their family was ready to pay a lot of money for the post of clan heads to their son, which gave great hope. They didn't have love, and she didn't even see EGL in her eyes when they married her husband. She could even graduate from the academy in her first year. And everyone is just parents. Mikoto was married off. If she had not been raped before, then it was on the first day. Until now, the clan doesn't tell her anything just because of her status. Although everyone remembers who she is. With every word, Madara became unbearable. Yes, you will not wish such a fate to the enemy, Madara said. He was even ashamed of what had happened to her. Meanwhile, Mikoto woke up in her house and again she was crying bitterly from pain. Having quietly reached the shower, she took and fell on the floor of the shower while the water was running down her. She cried that I cried for my own life, which did not bring anything good. For what? Why? Why did I deserve all this? Mikoto asked herself all the questions. They ate as soon as she washed and dressed. She got out of the shower and fell on the bed. Fugaku appeared at home and, noticing his wife, decided to punish her. After all, she was wandering around. "Oh, you walked up," said Fugaku, and hit the girl in the stomach, from which she flew into the wall. Again, Fugaku was going to hit her. "Tell me where you were," said Fugaku, intending to hit his wife again. As Madara appeared here and grabbed Fugaku's wrist and immediately broke it. After looking at his manjek, he subdued Fugaku and made him forget about his wife for a year, especially about sex, and even more about beating. But for a year. "Mikoto, you be careful." Looking in her direction, he saw how her head was bleeding because she hit the corner hard and lost consciousness. Quickly taking her in his arms, he lifted her onto the bed and healed the wound. Convinced of her weakness, he left. Although the sight of Mikoto scared him very much. Mikoto woke up and had a bad headache. After that blow, she was surprised that she was still alive. After looking, she made sure that she was lying next to Fugaku, who was sleeping peacefully. The girl went to the kitchen and cooked breakfast. Then Itachi came into the kitchen. "Good morning, son," Mikoto said. "Yeah. My son, my own son," ate without question and left. Painful sensations came flooding back. After seeing her husband off, she decided to go and buy a book to read. Dressed in a black dress, she remembered the past and she felt sad. She made a henge so that all the painful appearance would not be visible and left the house. Passing near the training ground, she sat for a little while watching her son train. Then she saw how he fell and severely injured his arm and leg and ran up to him. Running up, she took out the medicine. And taking a bottle of water, she washed the wounds and adjusted her medicine. "Thank you," Itachi said shortly and walked away from his mother. Mikoto walked away and went after what she was originally going to do. When she went to Konoha's library, she noticed the great Sanin Jiraiya there. "Hello Jiraiya," Mikoto greeted herself, as sometimes Jiraiya came to them when she was with Kushina. Mikoto, "Hi. That I came to read. Can I give you any advice?" asked Jiraiya. He looked and noticed henge on her, but he didn't ask any questions. "Of course, that's just what I didn't know what to read. Here's my book," read The Legend of the Fearless Shinobi. "Of course, there is little sheks, but it turned out to be interesting," Jiraiya said. "Ahaha, that's how happy." "Thank you," said Mikoto quietly before laughing into his fist. "And you are not interested in it then?" "Even more so." "Well, then these will be all the more liked by me." "Of course, not such masterpieces are written, but they are also very interesting," Jiraiya said. "Thank you, I will not refuse," Mikoto said and accepted the books. "Okay, Mikoto, I ran. I just came to ask how my books are going," Jiraiya said. "Well, how is it there?" asked Mikoto. "Great, good luck to you." Jiraiya said. "Thank you again, good luck to you, too," said Mikoto. The girl reached home and decided to sit and read. After reading, she was impressed by Jiraiya's book, in which the main character was named Naruto. As a sign of respect for Sanin, who was probably the only one who was normal, she decided to name the child Naruto. Her intuition said it would be a boy. For a year the girl lived in peace and still in the cold. The girl lived in peace and enjoyed it every second. No one beat her or had her, which pleased her. She hasn't told anyone about the incident yet. Waking up early in the morning, she looked at her enlarged belly and stroked it. "Please don't be like everyone else," the girl said with a smile. She wanted her child to love her so much. Itachi didn't live up to her hopes. He was cold to her. She went to the kitchen and cooked breakfast and set the table and waited for her family. "Good morning," Mikoto said. Silence in response, and the son ate and left. The girl washed the dishes and went into the garden. There she sat down and looked at nature in silence. There was a knock on the door. "Who is there?" asked Mikoto, approaching the gate of the house. "It's me, Kushina," the red-haired one replied. "Hi Kushina," said Mikoto. "Hi Mikoto, wow, there will be a baby again," Kushina said, stroking her friend's stomach. "Yes, that's how you see," the girl said. "Well, what do you want to call it?" asked the red-haired one. "Naruto, I took it from Jiraiya-san's book," the girl said. "Wow, I'm glad for you," a friend said. Kushina, who never noticed all the sadness of a friend. She never noticed her hard life. Even as a child, when she was trembling, she came across Mikoto. So time passed, and one day, waking up and doing everything as usual, she looked at the calendar and was surprised because today is the day. June 18th is the day of childbirth. Her morning was as usual. The girl left the house and quietly went to the hospital. No one helped her, all by herself. She had almost reached the hospital when she felt the cold below and understood seconds for seconds the birth would begin. The girl hurried and ate as soon as she got to the hospital, where they took her pretty quickly and immediately took her away. Here she is lying in the hospital alone again. And her little Naruto is in her arms, who was so cute. Mikoto was discharged, and already with the child she reached home. For all the days, her friend did not even visit her, although she knew that her friend was giving birth on the 18th. Going home, Itachi ran up first. "Oh, Mom, who is it?" Itachi asked and pointed a finger at the boy. "This is your brother Naruto," Mikoto said. Can I hold?" Itachi said. "Yes, here." Toka. He took his hands as Naruto Zaplak. "Oh, Mom, it seems he doesn't want to leave your hands," Itachi said, and gave the child away. And he ran off to practice again. Mikoto realized that a year had already passed since that situation and how she was right. She put the baby in the crib. And she wanted to move away as she was grabbed by the hand and thrown on the bed. The girl immediately understood everything and began to undress as she received a blow to the face. And she felt her dress lifted to the top and her panties were torn. The husband was cruel, as always, abruptly entering the girl, causing pain again. Fugaku, slow down please, recently Toka gave birth to a child. "Shut up, bitch," said Fugaku, and grabbing his hair as if he wanted to tear it off, he began to have a girlfriend. And when he had already finished in the girl twice, his cucumber fell. The girl tried not to scream because she could wake up the child, but then Fugaku hit her in the side and said that she would not hold back later if she looked after him, but Naruto seemed to feel and screamed even when Fugaku abruptly grabbed the girl. As if feeling the mother's pain. The girl was glad that her husband couldn't do it more than twice. Fugaku left the girl for his room. With his head held high. Mikoto quickly ran up to Naruto, who continued to sob, Toka, because of his screams. Fugaku's excitement dropped several times. "My dear, all my mother said," next to Mikoto. Naruto immediately stopped crying and smiled at his mother. As if he knew right now, Mikoto was pleased with the rush, warming her soul. Mikoto smiled and tears came out of her eyes. They mocked her again. Naruto pulled the pen towards his mother's face. Mikoto moved away from the crib and sat down on the bed. She sat down because her ass hurt. Mikoto lay down and put Naruto next to her, who put a pen on her sweet face that was all in tears. Mikoto put her hand on her son. "Thank you, son," the girl said. She was now being comforted by a small child. They fell asleep together. Mikoto went to the shower first thing in the morning. Her days and rapes continued until one day. Again, Fugaku came to her and already wanted to take a tougher Mikoto. How the girl turned around and put a pregnancy test in front of her that showed that she was pregnant. Fugaku moved away from the girl. Live well, I won't need any more children. So get ready, said Fugaku. Until she gives birth, she will live in peace, and then every day she will suffer. That's what it all meant. Mikoto went to bed in tears. She couldn't sleep that night because hell is about to get even worse. Mikoto took her son and went for a walk in Konoha. A smile did not leave her face, because her little son gave her a lot of joy with one of his smiles. Then Jiraiya comes out to meet her. Hi, Jiraiya-san, Mikoto said. Oh hi Mikoto, I see you, walking with your son, Sanin asked. Yes, thank you very much for the books, they were wonderful. I liked your book the most, the girl said. You're welcome, what did you call it? Asked Sanin. Naruto, said the girl, and the child in her arms laughed a little. Oh, wow. I'll say right away you surprised me. I came up with this name when I was eating ramen, Jiraiya said. Well, the main character is strong and never gives up. Yes, and he takes care of his relatives. All this attracted me. Mikoto, why are you wearing a henge? Sanin asked himself with all seriousness, although he had a rough idea of what was there. I'm sorry, Jiraiya-san, I can't, the girl said and lowered her gaze. If they beat you, you tell them. Trust me, I'll figure it out, Jiraiya said. I'm afraid there's no help for me here, Mikoto said. What does all this mean? Don't be afraid, said Sanin. I'm sorry, Jiraiya-san, I don't want to involve you in this. At least you just be like that, the girl said and hurried away. She didn't want to lose good people. I don't know her much, but I feel something is wrong here. But how to find out if she doesn't say it? And Kushina also does not know. Damn, I have to find out somehow, Sanin thought. Mikoto gave birth to her third son. He was named Sasuke. The birth was difficult, the girl did not feel such pain yet. After Sasuke was born, Mikoto became hard and she was prescribed walks and a course of pills. So today Devshuka took her sons and went for a walk. I had to take a stroller in which Naruto and Sasuke were just being marked at while walking. Mikoto noticed that her friend was going somewhere. As her best friend, she knew that Kushina was going to give birth. After all, tomorrow is already October 10th. Hi, Mikoto has already given birth to the third. Well, you're a good friend, Kushina said. Hi, I see here's your firstborn, Mikoto said playfully, so that Sarutobi's bivouac, which was the wife of the third, did not suspect anything. And what is his or her name? Asked Kunoichi, poking her finger at Sasuke. Well, this is a boy, his name is Sasuke. Fugaku said that was the name of the father of the third. And that he will grow up the same way, Mikoto said. A beautiful name, said the bivouac. By the way, a friend, and it doesn't hurt to give birth, Kushina asked abruptly, being in her friend's ear right in her ear. Let it be a small gift, a friend, said Mikoto. Let's go already, Kushina said the bivouac, and taking Habanero by the scruff of the neck, Patachula followed. When Mikoto came home, she cooked dinner and waited for her son and her husband. After dinner, Mikoto felt Biju's chakra and immediately realized something was wrong. Itachi grabbed Sasuke, but unfortunately he couldn't take Naruto. Then Mikoto decided to take a desperate step and put the child on her neck and help to bring out the civilians. She saved quite a few lives that night, helping everyone he sees. And with the help of Sharingan, she did it even better, Kushina told Mikoto when she saw the Kubi above the village. Kubi saw Mikoto and looking at the child who was near her, he felt Madara's chakra in him and quickly approached the girl through the crowd. How the fourth Jabot was immediately captured and thrown out of the village. He was walking straight at Mikoto and her son Naruto. What was wrong with him, the fourth thought. Mikoto did not continue to test her luck and ran to look for Itachi. A few hours later, the shelter gave the go. ahead to exit. Mikoto took her sons with her. Nishchumi, who strongly grabbed her eldest son, went home. There she arranged everyone in her room and waited for her husband. About 2 hours later, Fugaku came in, who was angry. What happened, dear? Minato died, Kushina too. Her son is now a Jinchuriki. My name is Menma. And we are being relocated, and all because Kyubi was under Sharingan, blurted out on one spirit of Fugaku. Mikoto realized that now they will definitely not be given Jinchuriki and she will not be able to watch her friend's son. But still, she would go to the Hokage and ask him around. To at least help the boy in anything. Fugaku didn't want anything right now. And immediately went to treat his wounds. In the morning, Mikoto went to the funeral with her husband. She felt sorry for her friend. It's a pity. After the funeral, the girl went to the hospital where she found a yellow head of hair and a signature from the bottom of Menma Uzumaki. Kushina, I will try to help him, Mikoto said with pain in her voice. A week has passed since Mikoto buried her friend and finally she decided to go talk to Hokage. Again, Fugaku used it to express his anger at night. The current has now used rubber, thus there will be no children now. After doing the henge and getting to the residence, she knocked and heard Tired enter. I went into the office. Hello Hokage, Mikoto said herself. Hello Mikoto, what is your question? The third one blurted out. Can I take my friend's son to my place? Asked Mikoto. No, then at least I can visit him and give him something to live on, Mikoto said. No, well, at least to help. Do you think he will get attached to me or something? Asked Mikoto. Yes, and then you will use it against Konoha. I'm not interested in clan affairs. My help is only for one purpose, help, even if. Hiruzen was surprised by Mikoto's words, but still didn't believe it. Well, at least to see once a month, said Mikoto. In a year, Sarutobi replied sharply. In 2 months I decided to go to the Mikoto bank. In half a year, once every 3 months, and agreed. The hell with you. I don't want to argue anymore, said the third. Thank you Hokage, Mikoto said herself and left the office. Naruto grew up and only his smile gave a ray of hope in Mikoto's life. When her son came up and hugged her, he gently stroked her hair with his small hands. And saying, I love you mom, made Mikoto's heart cry with happiness. At the age of 4, Naruto was very similar to Madara and only his hair, like his mother's, gave off blue. There were his features in appearance. Naruto grew up fast. Already in his early years, he surprised the relatives around him. Naruto couldn't sleep today and he decided to go for a drink of water, and since his room was far away in the house and while he was walking, he was passing by his parents' room when he heard a sound, moan as he screamed, and judging by the voice it was Fugaku. No, the kids are sleeping, please stop already. Every day I can do this, Mikoto shouted, and a whiplash was heard on the body. Mom just said, Naruto, and clenched his fists tightly. It was his first time hearing that. Naruto hadn't noticed this before, no matter how his father was at work from morning to evening, only coming for lunch and dinner. Itachi was silent, having passed on and leveled a couple of tears from his recklessness. At the age of 4, although he was very fast and physically tearful, he was definitely not ready to meet his father. When Naruto was walking back, his father abruptly saw him coming out of the room. Why aren't you sleeping, son? Asked Fugaku. Dad, my throat is dry, I went to drink water, Naruto said. All right, son, come on. I'm back at work now, there are more things to do. Now I've started working, Fugaku said and left. Naruto looked and heard the door close and ran to his mother's room. There he found his mother on the floor, who was crying again from her own weakness. She was covered in some kind of white liquid and was also without clothes. Naruto at the age of 4 did not understand what it was. And running up to the mother, who was looking with wide eyes at her son who found her in such a state, Naruto hugged Mikoto. Then the woman began to cry and took her son by the hair and hugged him tightly. Son, you saw me like this. I'm sorry, Mom, don't go. At least live for me. When I'm a teenager, I'll become very strong and I'll protect you even from Dad. My beloved dear son. You've already given me so much. I love you very much. For your sake, of course, son. All my torments finally showed the light when you were born. Mom, please don't cry, Naruto said, and one tomo swirled in his eyes. He snuggled up to his mother. And he also began to shed tears. Son, I've been waiting for you for so long, Mikoto said, stroking her son. She was not ashamed that her son saw her like this. I love you, Mom. I know it's hard, I know how bad you feel every day. But I promise then I will make your life much more beautiful, Naruto said. Son. Mikoto kept crying. Son, let's go, I got you dirty too. Let's take a bath, Mikoto said and took her son's hand and dragged him along. Well, Mom, I'm an adult already, I know, I would like that. That you would never leave me. I love you very much, son. Mom, well, you know how to persuade. After a bath with Mom, they went out and dressed. Naruto already wanted to leave, but first I looked at my mother and hugged her and realized that he didn't even want to leave her. Now he understood why his mother trains him. Naruto lay down and Mikoto lay down behind his back and hugged his son, snuggling tightly to Naruto fell asleep. Mom, I promise they will all lose their heads, Naruto said. He only wanted to kill for his mother. It's amazing, if the child wants to kill. But the boy understood that it was better to take the life of others than to see his mother's tears. In the morning, Naruto woke up and immediately looked at his mother, who also woke up and only quietly looked at her son, who was sleeping so peacefully under her hand. Mikoto smiled a little wider and kissed his son on the forehead with all his love. Good morning, dear, good morning, Mom. Mom, what about our training today? I'll teach you how to walk on trees and water, Mikoto said. Wow. I've only read about it, Naruto said. You'll do fine, son, and now let me go make breakfast for your dad and brothers. He's not a father to me anymore. The only thing I wish him is death at my hands, Naruto said coldly. Mikoto was just in shock. And he quickly pressed his son to his chest. I know, my son, the world did not treat me fairly and you know about it a little. But don't get violent because of that either. No, they deserved it. This clan is nothing. Instead of supporting you, they added to you. Come on, son. It's good for me. If you don't love me, I'll keep doing it. No, Mom, I will never stop loving you, Mikoto said. I just want you not to become a villain in the eyes of people. Others are not important to me. Son, I beg you for my sake, don't let this happen. For your sake, so be it, said Naruto. After breakfast, Mikoto took and made a clone that would look after Sasuke and she went with Naruto. I didn't want to lose him, so, son, look. If there is too much chakra in the legs, then the tree will simply break, and if there is not enough, you will fall, Mikoto said and decided to show an example herself and walked up the tree. Naruto tried but fell. Mikoto ran up to her son and stroked his head. Is everything okay, son, are you hurt? Mikoto asked with concern. Yes, Mom, you will succeed. I believe in you, Mikoto said. After an hour, Naruto walks calmly on the tree. Then Mikoto showed me how to walk on water. The principle here is the same as the tree, said Mikoto. Her son pleasantly surprised her because he learned much faster on the water. Considering his past experience on the water, he learned in half an hour. But still fell on the water a couple of times. Son, let's go. Your control is amazing. We'll find out your elements tomorrow, Mikoto said. Mom, Naruto asked again today with sadness in his voice. It's not up to me, son, Mikoto said. How can I save you? Asked Naruto. Mikoto hugged her son and took his hand and went home. She felt like her son was eating as he was going home. Mikoto visited Menma. Uzumaki quickly became attached to her. After all, no one looked at him like she did. Naruto went to his mother again at night, wanting to support her at least this way. After that, the charm was born more and more in the boy. Here mom and son are standing at the landfill. Where the son listens attentively to everything the mother says. So here you go, son, Mikoto said, giving her son the leaves with the chakra. The first leaf burned means fire, then there was Raiden lightning, Daiden earth, Suetun water, Futo wind and Mikoto. The genes were passed on from Madara. On a large training ground at the ends of which children from the Uchi clan were engaged. And in the middle stood a mother and son who were surprised by the elements and genomes. Today, my son does not work for a long time, you need to go and visit one boy, Mikoto said. Well, the training was always 3 hours. Although it is also necessary to rest. Can I come with you? Of course I wanted to offer myself, but you were faster, Mikoto said with a smile. Mikoto and Naruto were walking towards the shelter when they heard sounds in the courtyard. A boy of about 4 years old was beaten there. With hair as red as blood. Hey, you nobodies, get away from the boy, shouted Mikoto. Fuck you, said one of the two shinobi. Naruto ran and jumped right in front of his opponent. Thus, it flies into him from the foot to the head. 2 direct blows to the head and Shinobi staggered. A roundhouse kick, but the second one catches it. Then a blow from the other leg directly on the head of the second. Which shocked the opponent. And a beautiful twine that pushes enemies along the walls. Both drunken Shinobi fall and lose consciousness. Get up, no one will touch you, Naruto said. Thank you very much about Mikoto-san, Menma said and, cheering up, quickly ran up to the woman and hugged her. Hi Menma-kun, let's go, my name is Menma Uzumaki, nice to meet you and thank you again for saving me, Uzumaki said, turning to Uchiha. Naruto, Uchiha, glad to meet, said the son of the god Shinobi. Well, let's go quickly time. Mikoto said with a smile. When she got to the shelter, Mikoto looked at everyone there because they offended the boy and often kicked him out. Menma's room was on the 2nd floor. He lived alone. It was for the best because it would be hard for him to endure insults every day. Menma-kun, how are you? It's fine, thank you so much for learning to read and write. Now I spend a lot of time in the library. I'm glad for you. I brought you my signature dish to eat here. Eat and here, some more sweets and fruits. And books about Shinobi. They will be very useful to you in life. Thanks a lot Mikoto-san, said the red-haired man and hugged the woman. There's nothing to keep on eating while we sit here hotter. I hope they don't take your food away from you. No, I'm hiding them. And then I eat. And there was almost no beating left, only sideways glances. And now I myself was to blame for painting the fences, Menma said and smiled. Allah 32 is not the limit. Ahaha Menma-kun, you surprise me. When the boy was eating and talking to Mikoto, Naruto did not take his eyes off him. Trying to figure out if his feelings are honest. Is he cheating? Well, Menma-kun, let's while I have time, you know, Mikoto said. Of course I am very grateful to you, for every visit. Menma-kun, you do push-ups, squats and abs. It's better not to run out just in case. These exercises will strengthen your body. I got it, thanks, said Menma. Good luck, I'll see you again, Naruto said. By Naruto's training continued. They were getting heavier every day. It concerned everything. The boy set himself high limits. In order to become stronger as quickly as possible. After all, a mother's heart is not eternal. And she hadn't even really seen the dark side of her life. Mikoto was calmly walking now for the 5th year and Naruto knew a big fireball and phoenix flowers. This means that she has coped and her son will not be taken away. Even Fugaku's harassment has decreased. Fugaku didn't like Mikoto, but he loved his children. Itachi is a genius who was able to graduate from the academy in the 1st year of study. The second son, who at his age already knows 2 techniques. Naruto could not sleep again, and all because he heard his mother's moans. The pain in his soul made him jump out of the window and go to the training ground. When he arrived at the training ground, he took and began to beat a large boulder with his bare fists. Every blow brought him great pain. And the bones were bursting at the seams. Blood was already coming from his hands. And the blows continued. But nature won this time. Blow and Naruto feels like the brush breaks. And falls all in tears to the ground. He achieved pain. But all the same, he understood that his mother was suffering every day and he was crying from it. Then a masked man appeared on the stone that was covered with cracks. He had long hair and wore a long blue raincoat that was fastened with a belt at his waist. Standard Uchiha clothing. Yo Naruto, who are you? I see it hurts, said the masochist. What difference does it make to you? Don't be rude to Snot. Tell me who is your father, Fugaku Uchiha, ahahaha, oh ahahaha, have pity on me. So your mom didn't tell you anything, the masochist said. What do you want to say? The fact that I am adopted or that my mother cheated, asked Naruto. Look at this, the masochist said and showed how Madara raped his mother all day and all night. While Naruto was like a witness to everything, he was there, but he couldn't do anything. In the illusion, 24 hours have passed and in reality 5 seconds, that's how you were born, the masochist said. Mom, why is life treating her like this? What a mockery. She's suffering a drain. Naruto was crying. Who the hell are you? Naruto found out that now he is the son of Madara Uchiha, who was originally an example for the boy. And now he would like to kill him, Madara Uchiha, said Masaknik. Naruto didn't need any more words. And having thoroughly pushed off, he ran to the masochist. Naruto activated the Sharingan. And flew into Masaknik with his foot, but passed through him. The masochist grabbed the Uchiha by the leg and, making a full turn, drove the boy into the ground. I can and what is the I technique? You're up to me to grow and grow, let's go home. Well. Why did you come? You have to leave the house with me, the masochist said. What with what, by the way? Naruto said. Or your mom will die, believe me, I will kill her. Now I don't need it. Don't touch her, I understand you, Naruto said. Good boy, I'll come for you myself, said the masker and disappeared. Hell, it's not getting any better. Naruto returned home and first of all went to his mother. Mikoto managed to wash up and wanted to lie down when she saw her son in the door. Mom, yes, son, what happened? Is everything okay, Mom? Does anything hurt? I say it hurts, but you wouldn't understand, the priest. Ahahaha, no, I wanted something. I know who my father is, Mikoto asked in shock. The masker told me that. Who showed with his Sharingan that terrible day for you? Mom, I apologize to you for causing you a lot of pain, Naruto said and fell on his knees and quietly shed tears. Son, you're the best thing that happened to me. I love you very, very much, come to me, Mikoto said and ran up and hugged her son. Mom, the mask maker said that if I don't leave, he will kill you. I will leave with him, Mom, but as soon as I become stronger than him and kill him, I will come to you, Naruto said. Madara could only show that case my son will not be able to defeat him. But I was keeping my end of the bargain. Why did you think that way to me, Mikoto? My baby. I understand you can't be persuaded anymore, saying Mikoto saw Naruto shake his head while he snuggled up to her. No, only one thing, I love you. I love you very much. For 5 years you have made me very happy. You gave me so much emotion and love. Something I haven't seen in my whole life. Jiraiya-san wanted to start training you when you become a genin. But apparently not fate. I will never stop loving you. Whichever way you go. Mom, I love you very much too. I will never read those who made you drop at least one tear. Come to me, Mikoto said, and went to bed with Naruto in an embrace. Maybe this is the last time she does this. Naruto took things with him, and kunai, shurikenami. The whole day Uchiha waited for the arrival of the masochist. Here he is standing in front of Naruto and Mikoto at the training ground when night was already approaching. Why Madara, why? I taught him. He is already at least a genin. I don't care, he said and grabbed Mikoto by the throat. Let her go. Hit me better, said Toka Naruto, and got hit after the masochist released the woman. So I say goodbye to you, Mikoto-san. You're not Madara, Mikoto said, clearing her throat a little. Why did you suddenly decide that? Madara has enough, but you have enough like a teenager. I forgot that he raped you all night. Must have felt it well. I'm not afraid that the shinobi god has you. Fuck you. Why are you hiding behind his name? Are you really trying to scare people like that? After all, your name doesn't mean anything, the girl suggested. You are really geniuses, after all. To distinguish people only by their hands and hands. Really surprising. And not only your chakra is just insignificant. And Madara's made me shake, Mikoto said. There are no words. Well, then I just know it's continuation. And your son will be one too, the masochist said and pulled Naruto into his technique. I do not advise you to attack, I will kill your boy, said the masochist, seeing how Mikoto reached for her weapon. The masochist left and Mikoto fell to the ground in tears. She had lost him after all. Your flower. The one who gave her the light. Love and care. She would like to give everything for her son. What now? Asked Naruto and got a whiplash in the face. Don't ask unnecessary questions, don't even dare. If I let you, you'll talk. Fuck off, Naruto said and spat at the masochist. So you love freedom too much, then you got it, the masochist said and hit Naruto with his feet in the lungs. Blowing off all the oxygen from there. Forcing Naruto to gasp for air. And immediately gets hit in the face. Lesson 1: less words, more deeds. Do not rely on a weak and suppressed. And pity as from mom. I will beat and humiliate you as much as I want. I'll beat you, Naruto said, and hit you in the face again. I'll have to learn for a long time, the masochist laughed. The first day was only in words. Naruto denied everything and sent the masochist far away. Getting hit for every word. As a result, his body ached with pain. Get up, the son, said the masochnik and spilled a bucket of water on the Uchiha. You can insult me, beat me, but never touch mom, Naruto said and activated a 2 Tomoe Sharingan. And again passed through the masochist. Naruto passed through the masochist and received a kick in the back from which he flew off. You still have to grow and grow, the masochist said. That's how Naruto's hard training began. He suffered more than he trained. But the masochist also mocked the fact that he showed the murder of Mikoto or her suffering. Realizing that he has no side to his own suffering. So the years passed. Naruto's body was not relief what there. It was more like a skeleton. The masochist himself never ate, so Naruto rarely got something normal. So Naruto can rest today. I have a case today, the masochist said. He was obviously going somewhere, took a lot of kunai, chains, a sword. I took another mask and dressed as black as possible. Today was the very day, the murder of the entire clan. Today, everyone died except Sasuke, the youngest son of the head of the clan, and also the younger brother of Itachi and Naruto. Obito watched Naruto Naruto's parents die in order to mock him later. But today, he decided to do something new. Hey Zetsu, let one of your clones take the form of the mother and I'll kill her. Pa-sun is 11 years old and Manjek is still not. Of course it will be interesting, said the white Zetsu. Obito appeared and on his back was what kind of woman? He threw it on the floor right in front of Naruto. My son ate, the girl said, and blood was coming out of her mouth. Mom, you said that to Naruto and pulled her hands to her at that moment. Mikoto also pulled a hand and cut down her Masaknik. Don't touch your son. Well said the masker and his sword pierced through the woman's head. Mom no, damn. Kai tried to dispel the illusion of Naruto, but nothing happened. Did Naruto really think? And then his eyes got terribly sick and blood flowed from there, forming a manjika that looked like a six-pointed star. And immediately lost consciousness. Thanks to the genome of the Senju clan in him, he won't even blind. Black Zetsu said. If he uses this kid in his plans, then in the field he can revive Kagyu with his help. Well, I even wonder what his eyes will be able to do, the masker said and decided to wait. A year later, the masochist made the biggest mistake in his life. He looked at his manjaku in Naruto's manjaku while activating his technique. And he did not know the ability of the eyes. And his ability was to copy the abilities of other manjakus. Naruto decided today to find out whether his mother died or not. After all, he did not believe his jailer. Quickly getting closer to the masochist, he again passed by and his manjek saw him in another dimension, and it was by directing the blow there that he hit for the first time. Naruto has studied all the techniques and abilities of sensei. A blow to the stomach and the masochist flies into the wall, but he landed on the wall with his feet and pushed off and signed to Naruto. Uchiha was ready for this and flew straight into his opponent's blowhole with his knee. The masochist was formed because the blow was as if from Madara himself. A blow from the elbow to the back of the head. Although Obito tried to evade the attack with his eyes, but Naruto just directed the blow there. And who did he have? Two eyes that gave even greater speed of movement. Obito pushes away from a series of blows. Really going home, said the masochist. I see you through, you can't stop me, Naruto said. Again, the distance was reduced. This time Obito decided not to use another dimension because now it's useless. Naruto strikes a direct blow, his hand caught Obito seeing to the side. The blow is already from the left, which went from the side bypassing the block. There is a little staggered, but this is not enough. Obito kicks to knock down that table. But Naruto jumps up. And doing a backflip in the air from the feet prescribes on the jaw of the masochist. Obito didn't hide his face now. Naruto sees Obito flying and pushing off from the ground. Quickly catches up with the enemy and strikes the block. Then a fireball flies at him. Shadow cloning sounded from Naruto, who took the original by the scruff of the neck and threw it on the ceiling. Taking advantage of the features of the oven, Naruto pushes off from the ceiling. And getting closer, he strikes on the head, which sends the Uchiha down at great speed. Not wanting to give the victory to Naruto, the seal is folded right in the fall. Kato the Great Fireball. The technique achieved its goal, but Naruto saw with his eyes that Obito was now just in another dimension. Susanoo. A blue light square forms near Naruto. After giving away a little more chakras, Naruto's skeleton begins to grow. He had a cheat and a sword. And he resembled a war in armor. Directing the blow so that he would go to another dimension and hit the present with his other hand, the floor of the body was not there. Susanoo was mega fast. And to whom the distance between them was very close. Masaknik did not expect this. Amaterasu burned scum, the flame engulfed the masochist, but then Zetsu swallowed him up and carried him away. Said Naruto and fell because the chakra is not infinite and just fatigue made itself felt. After about 2 hours, Naruto woke up and using his manjaku got out of the cave. And ran towards Konoha. Mom, here I am. Naruto quickly ran towards Konoha. Something inside him was telling him sad news. Sunrise is a wonderful time. At this time, the rays of the sun touch the earth and warm it up. Here the first rays touched our hero as well as his mother's hand. Naruto ran and felt the sun begin to warm his back, and then he clearly felt as if his mother had put her hand on his shoulder. He would never mistake her light touch. What, it can be? Is it really true? No, it's a glitch. Yes, it's definitely a glitch. Naruto reached the village gate. And he was passing by when the guards detained him. Who are you? And the purpose of your arrival? I'm Naruto. Uchiha left the village for training. Now I'm back, Naruto said. The guards exchanged glances and looked sadly at Naruto. Well, your chakra is really not standing aside, but you have changed a lot. I advise you to go to the Hokage first. Thanks for the advice, of course, but I want to go to someone else. Naruto was missed and he was still walking to his house. I noticed how they looked at him with some kind of sadness and pity. Do I really look like a stock teacher? Naruto thought. Here Naruto comes to the Uchi quarter. Despite the persecution of the ANBU video, the gates of the clan were opened wide. One door of the fir tree was hanging on its hinges. There were some yellow ribbons everywhere. Even from here it was clear that every house was so plastered. Naruto quickly passed under the ribbon. And went on. Uchiha saw blood, dried blood on doors, windows. Uchiha walked and his hopes burned with every step. Here is the house and it is so plastered. Going home, Naruto looked into the kitchen. There was dust and cobwebs everywhere. Mikoto didn't like Fugaku, but she always cleaned the house and kept him in the frequency. And these riots can mean that this is worth at least 5 years. After going further, Naruto went into his mother's room. There he found the same mess. When he went to his mother's closet, he noticed her things there. Taking his mother's shirt, Naruto inhaled her scent. My soul immediately felt somehow warm. There are riots at home. If you think about it, you might think they moved, but then why are things here? Naruto went to the bedside table where he saw the photos. He took a photo of Mikoto where she was standing with him. And pressed it to his heart. Mom, that's not it. I don't want to see your name for the first time. Naruto left his mother's room and went to his room. Finding nothing there and taking only one more photo, Uchiha went to the most terrible place. Cemetery. Here is a place that scared Naruto. Going there he saw plates with names. There were a lot of them. It immediately became clear that the clan was extinct. And if knowing that there were no Uchiha outside Konoha, as they were immediately killed. Then it became clear that the clan was on the verge of extinction. Naruto lowered his head and walked forward, only looking at the sides. How he bumped into someone. And he fell on his 5th point, just like the one who hit him. Probably Sasuke, thought Naruto, and raised his head. And there. Menma, Naruto, is that you? This is what I said to Naruto as I was hugged. Naruto, she died. I couldn't protect her. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for you, Menma said. If at first Naruto kept his hands on Menma's back, then they fell. And there was a strong moisture in his eyes. Please leave me, I want to be alone, okay? Hold on. Naruto, she was a very close person to me. I will never forget her, Menma said and left. Naruto was walking to the side and then he saw the letter M. Kyoto. Now Naruto is in front of the plate with the inscription. Mikoto Uchiha and her years of life. Mikoto Uchiha, said Naruto out loud and fell to his knees. The tears themselves gushed out of my eyes, and the pain in my eyes was so huge that I wanted to tear them. There could be no doubt about the date of birth on June 1st, it was then that Mikoto was born. She died at the age of 35. Naruto was terrified of this and hurt his soul. The one for whom he wanted to become strong. She died. The awakening of the Rinnegan's was not long in coming. As when Nagato Uzumaki awakened Rinnegan from the loss of his parents. Now Naruto woke up, his eyes were full. Manjaku's abilities still remained. Naruto lost consciousness holding his head with both hands. Yugao of Names was the name of Anbu who was watching Naruto. I saw Naruto pass out. She didn't want to leave a very young child on the cold ground. And taking your warm blanket for hiking. She quickly found herself near Naruto. And wrapped him up. Well, at least that's what Yugao said, and returned to her seat again. Naruto lay in the cemetery for more than 5 days on the damp ground. It was raining in Konoha these days. He got very wet. And the hair stuck to the body. It was bad. He wanted to eat, wash, and so on. But one thing did not give peace: to the death of the closest person. And his broken promise. Naruto accidentally activated his ability and fell into the ground so that he would see the corpse of his mother. A second later, Mikoto opens his eyes, but they weren't there. She puts her hands on her son's neck and begins to strangle him. I was waiting for you, and you betrayed me. Mikoto repeated, and tears rolled from Naruto's eyes. He took his mother's hands. Mom, let go, son, I'm the only one missing there. Come with me, Mikoto continued. I love you, Mom. A second and hands and it all disappears. Since Naruto has not eaten or slept for a long time. And thoughts were current about it. About the loneliness of a mother in that world. About his betrayal. That's what came out in his eyes. Naruto goes down again and looks at Mikoto's body and notices that even she was not cured before being buried. A bloody dress and a cut on the whole back. Which was from the shoulder and reaches the end of the back. Naruto kept watching and realized one thing: eyes, they are not there. Naruto dawned on him and he abruptly jumped out. Even though she is dead, but her manjek that she was awakened when I was taken away, I remembered. My questions are answered by the current Hokage. Here Naruto noticed a monument that was erected to Fugaku as the head of the clan. It's not like a monument to you, there will even be a lot of coffins for you, Naruto said, and took out 2 kunai with explosive seals and threw them directly into the monument. There was an explosion and nothing remained of the monument. Naruto ran across the rooftops because he wanted to know the truth as soon as possible. Where to? The guard asked. You can't see the Hokage, Naruto said. Why? There are questions. I want to know who destroyed my clan. From such, they were skewed and even the people who were walking next to them forced to stop. It's him and Naruto Uchiha. Yes, the traitor was still wandering around while his clan was being cut out. Yes, they have quite a family. Mother, the brother of all cut out. Also this. Naruto couldn't stand it. And turning around, he took out 2 kunai and took a jerk with a reverse grip and the speaker was blown into the wall. Naruto, stop, disperse and choose the right words. Sarutobi said, I'm here to you Hokage myself, and here I hear insults everywhere that were addressed to my family. Naruto said while he held the speaker by the throat. I'm sorry, please let me go, the man shouted. Naruto, let us go, Sarutobi said. Naruto pushed him away from himself and followed the Hokage. Already in the office, the conversation began. Naruto is glad that you are back. The third dialogue began, the third one itself. Let us do without it. Well, what's wrong with my clan? And what does it mean that Itachi killed them all? What a mother that you are so similar. I'll start with this, perhaps. The Uchiha clan was killed by Itachi overnight. According to our information, he may not have worked alone. But they couldn't find the second one, as well as Itachi. But there is also good news, Sasuke, your brother is alive, Sarutobi said. So he killed them all for nothing? Sasuke said that he did it for the sake of testing his strength. Then why did Sasuke stay alive? Apparently he was innocent of anything. The third one blurted out, not guilty of what? Well, Sasuke told us the rest. You can find out from him yourself, said the third. Do you have the address of Hokage-sama? Yes, here are the keys. It's right next to his room. Now, if I'm not mistaken, they have an exam today that you can wait outside the academy. Thank you Hokage, Naruto said herself and turned around and left. He's hiding something to a friend, you can't tell that I want to know the truth and why Sasuke. If he is not to blame, then the other children are not to blame. Why is that? Itachi, I know who was the most dear to you. I'll see what you'll do when I finish his life, Naruto thought, and when he reached the academy, he saw that parents were everywhere and waiting for their children. So Sasuke comes out and the very first one. More children followed him. Today I passed the exam, finally I am a genin. I'm certainly not a genius like him. But I will avenge my parents and the clan. Naruto, where are you brother? I'm not surprised that the first one came out. I stood near the classroom door. And on the walls there were inscriptions about her, the best students of the academy. The photo of my brother was removed, even another piece is visible. There is also the fourth Hokage himself, a real genius. While looking at it, I realized that I had lost time and decided to go out. But I was followed by more children. Naruto jumps onto the roof and then down from it right in front of Sasuke. There are only a few centimeters between their faces. Sasuke recognized Naruto right away. Only near him he felt both warm and cold at the same time. But right now, he only felt cold and indescribable rage. Well, hello brother, Naruto said, and a light breeze blew. People paid attention to it. And everything, Sasuke will easily beat him. He allows himself to stand near Sasuke. He left the village. Sasuke is the best and they say the strongest genin of the new generation. Yes, look at him, so skinny, and Sasuke is a pile of muscles. Don't say that. I heard he knew 2 fire techniques when he was 5 years old. I heard that he is a genius who will easily surpass the 4th. The wind blew Naruto and Sasuke's hair. The brothers looked into each other's eyes. But it was hard to call it brotherly and even friendly. If Sasuke looked into his brother's eyes with the hope that the two of them would take revenge on Itachi. Tori looked at the younger one as a victim. Hi, Sasuke said coldly, I want to know everything that happened that night, Naruto said. Don't be bossy, I'm not a jerk to you, Sasuke said. I'm asking you to be nice, Naruto said. I don't care. With or without you, I will kill Itachi and restore the honor of the Uchiha clan. I don't care about the clan, said Naruto, and believe Sasuke in shock like others. Naruto brought his head to his younger brother's ear. Today at 9 p.m. at the training ground number 7, which Naruto said in the clan, and left the vizra of leaves. The first thing Naruto did was go home to sleep and eat. When he arrived at the apartment, he found that there was not even food and left the apartment without even locking it. Going for the delicious smell, Naruto came to a small eatery called Ichiraku Ramen. Hello, said Naruto. Hello, what do you want, asked Tucci, and let's have 2 servings of big ramen, Naruto said. 5 minutes later, he was already eating delicious ramen. By the time he had eaten and done his business, it was time for the meeting. It was unusually quiet at the training ground. Only the light of the moon seemed to illuminate him. The quiet rustle of leaves everywhere. The breeze that blew Naruto's hair. So Naruto's younger brother appeared at the end of the training ground. 2 siblings were standing at different ends of the landfill. One came for just one. Tell me that night, Naruto said. I came home late because I was late at training. I came home and saw the bodies of my parents. They have already been killed. Itachi was standing behind them. And he told me I was stupid. And he told me to kill my best friend to get the same eyes as his and then come to him, Sasuke said in one breath. It's clear why he killed others and why he left you. Of course you don't know, Naruto asked. And then the memories of a clone who entered the residence with the help of his Manjaku's ability came to him and took the ANBU data. It was there that he found the information on which Itachi received an order from Danzo to kill his clan. Since the clan was preparing an uprising. And even now he's on a mission to track down Akatsuki. Itachi made his Sasuke's life deal for the death of the clan members. Naruto was angry. For Mikoto's death, he decided to take revenge on Itachi in his own way. brother, will you help me kill Itachi? Asked Sasuke. I will answer your question after you tell me why you want to kill Itachi, asked Naruto. For the clan and for the parents, said Sasuke. You say parents. But tell me, do you know if our parents were happy, asked Naruto. What made Sasuke think that the youngest son of the clan had never noticed this? They were happy and loved each other, Sasuke said, which completely finished himself off. You, a bad son. Sasuke is like Itachi. I will kill Itachi, but Naruto said, without you. I don't know what you mean. Naruto quickly approached Sasuke and hit him in the stomach, from which he curled up into a ball. A blow from the elbow to the head and a killer kick from the foot to the head caused Sasuke to fly off to the right. Sasuke was shocked not only by the speed that his brother had by nature, but also by the force of the blow. Although Naruto was very emaciated, but his body reacted painfully to every blow. Sasuke was not given a chance to fight back. Naruto is next to me again, and with a blow to the jaw makes Sasuke look like a jerk. Naruto jumped up and flew from his knee into Sasuke's stomach. Sasuke coughed up blood not only from physical pain, but also from mental pain that he was waiting for his brother to help and they would achieve the same goal together. Naruto just kept pushing. Sasuke fell with a crash. Moisture had accumulated in my eyes and I didn't even want to get up. His brother proved why he was called in the clan by the arrival of the third legend of the Shinobi world. Sasuke began to shed tears. Naruto just sat right on his brother and hit him a couple of times in the face, from which Sasuke's cuts opened and blood flowed profusely. Both eyes of the fir tree were open and even the second volume awakened now will not help. And Sasuke understood that perfectly well. Why is my brother whimpering? Itachi traded everyone's life for yours. The clan was planning a coup. You lived in the village and didn't even know about it. Itachi wanted to save you and agreed to cut everyone out in exchange for your life. No, brother, then I have to bring him back to the village. Sasuke saw no reason not to believe Naruto, and the situation said that Naruto was more aware of this. Sasuke always wondered why he was spared. I will return it to the raven no matter how else, Naruto said. Please don't, brother. Ni-sen wanted to protect us. I don't care about myself and others. You understand that I have always wanted only to protect and love the current one. And this is mom, I love her too. And I'm her son, just like you. Killing me will turn your mother away from you. You and Itachi never loved her. You went to her every night when your dad raped her. Calmed her down at night. Tell me. How many times at night have I seen you get up at night and try to escape from the sound of your mother's screams? While I wasn't there, at least once, you went up to her, hugged her, kissed her and told her how much you love her. You both say love, but in fact you are empty-mouthed. Now you seem to have completely forgotten that Itachi killed everyone and don't want revenge. How to understand raped? They are husband and wife, it was love. I didn't fit nor want to lie to you. I think you making it up. Itachi did it for us. They would have been killed somehow. Look, I only looked at it once and then cried for a week. At one memory, Naruto said, and showed that moment. Dad raped my mother, and it's true I saw her tears and requests to stop. But father didn't do it. But why? Sasuke said, because you don't even know the history of your mother or father. He's been doing this to her every night since you were born. And I'm sure it continued after me. Our mother never loved him, she was forcibly married off to her husband. Since her parents wanted money and nothing more. They didn't care about their daughter's feelings. Do you know that our mother was beaten in the alleys until the blood came out and stained her clothes and until the first blood dried up? And this was done by Uchikai Konokovtsi. They despised and hated at the request of her parents. Whatever she wanted to tell them no. She could sometimes be late because of Kushina Uzumaki's fucked girlfriend and her parents beat her for it. The nose and lip were disassembled and beaten. She lived her whole life in pain. I wanted to give her a good life, but I didn't have time. Your Ni-san took her away from me. Killed the one who didn't even see the light of life. Yes, even slaves, and they work all day and they are beaten if they are guilty. Sasuke was in shock. He really heard his mother's moans and torments, but he could not even think about the current. He didn't even know about her fate. Sasuke understood that Mikoto had always been kind to him and loved him. He understood this in everything. Waking up in the morning, food and support even when he just wasn't in the mood. Her laughter and smile really made him feel good. He was ashamed now. And now he barely understood why Naruto was always so angry. Brother, I do not know. I ask you to let me go. I'm sorry. I love her as much as you do. We shouldn't kill each other. She won't understand, Sasuke said. She's dead. Not seeing anything good in this world. I don't even want to hear that the one who took her away from me. He will live and serve the village. Which he put above his family. Let him get my answer, Naruto said. And taking kunai brought him closer to his brother's heart. Taking Sasuke by the head and himself approached as close as possible, he showed his eyes. What is it? Asked Sasuke. I will bring her back to this world. I'll at least grab all the bijou. But when I get it back, I don't want to, no matter what scum like you who didn't even try to do anything. They came up and said I'm sorry, I didn't know. It's all an excuse. Well, she won't understand you and hate you, let him not like it. At least my conscience will be clear. I will love her anyway. And I will at least ask for forgiveness until the end of my days. You can beat Itachi, Sasuke said. Watch it from heaven and wait for your brother. Get ready to receive guests, said Naruto, and taking kunai drove him to the heart of his younger brother. After sealing Sasuke's body, Naruto went after Itachi and then he would get to Danzo. Then Zetsu appears in front of Naruto. I know you want to revive her and now your goal is Itachi told Zetsu. Is there any suggestion? Asked Naruto. Well, come on, I'll give you a person who will teach you the techniques of your eyes. In response, I just want you to join the Akatsuki organization. It's a good idea. Well, okay, Naruto said. Then we agreed, and I will give a hint now. Itachi in the abandoned fortress of the Uchiha clan once, said Zetsu, and left. In a huge room at the end of which there was an incomprehensible thing. A red-haired guy was standing on it, or sitting on it. He was very emaciated, with pins sticking out of his back. His arms and legs were chained to a strange mechanism and were also pierced with pins. All this in order to control the bodies, who looked like people with piercings from the outside. But in reality they were dolls in the hands of another person. The pins served as chakra receivers. That is why the user's body and his dolls were stuffed with pins, in order to better control them. Nagato, how long has it been possible? Is it worth it? The blue-haired Kanochi Konan asked. She was a childhood friend. When Nagato was still a child, his parents were killed in front of him. Then he found her and a boy named Yahiko. They became friends and survived together in a country that turned into a battlefield for big countries. Having matured and founded the Akatsuki organization, they set the goal of world peace. A noble goal, but no one knew what to do to achieve it. The first members of this organization were killed by a masochist, thereby reorganizing the organization. This is only a small honor, moreover, as a result of the attack of Hanzo salamanders. Yahiko died, because of which Nagato fell into darkness. What is Zetsu? Asked Nagato, looking in the direction from where the black and white Zetsu now began to come out. A boy will come to you, he has the same eyes as you. What? But these are the Rinnegan's of God's eyes, Konan said in shock. She thought there weren't any more. After all, this is a huge rarity and awakening them yourself is actually not possible. Nagato, teach him everything you know. Why is he really important to stock? Important, after he finishes his studies. He will fulfill his revenge and come to the organization. Zetsu said. Okay, where is he? I said Naruto here. appearing as a masochist, that Conan was shocked. For how many years she has been studying the technique of their certain leader. And this kid has the same ability and is several times faster. I'm Naruto Uchiha, said the black-haired one, Nagato Uzumaki. Come on, Naruto, said Black Zetsu and left. If you ready, we can start right now, Nagato said, and then 6 bodies appeared. Come on, Naruto said. That's how our hero's training began. Conan brought food now not only to Nagato, but also to Naruto. To say that they got close to him is not to say anything. After all, the black-haired man was very secretive, and besides, he exuded strength. With each new technique, it was felt that even Nagato's strength was beginning to fade near him. Naruto realized from one of the abilities that it is possible to revive the dead. But it can take your life or shorten it at times. This meant that if you pull someone out of the other world, you can die yourself. 2 years have passed since the beginning of training. There was not a single ability that Naruto would not have learned. Naruto's strength exceeded Nagato's strength by several times. Yes, what was the cost of the current black flame, which was very fast and reached the target instantly, which could have already burned 4 bodies in the beginning? So Naruto, you now know everything I know. I hope you really keep your word and join the organization, Nagato said. Although he understood inside, Naruto could kill all of them and quietly leave, of course, but first I have my own mission waiting for me. A week ago, Naruto sent a letter through Conan Itachi. After all, I found out that Itachi is in this organization. Naruto realized from his eyes that Conan loves Itachi, but whether her feelings are mutual is not clear. Conan was waiting for Itachi in his room. And here he is, a cold-blooded Itachi Uchiha who single-handedly ate the entire clan. He was saddened. It wasn't long ago that he visited Konoha. After the 3rd one died, to make it clear to Danzo that he was alive and looking after Sasuke. But while he was walking around Konoha and his crows were circling over her, he didn't even find him. Itachi even visited the cemetery. He was amazed that the statue of his father was destroyed. He was also struck by the abundance of flowers on his mother's grave. It was obvious that they visited her quite often. Hi, Itachi said, looking at Conan, who couldn't find a place for herself. Did something happen? Itachi asked in response. He received a letter. Well, hello brother, I hope you really get this letter. Let's meet at the former Uchi base. I was leaving the village against my will. I was forcibly taken away. And in that time, you've taken too much away from me. Itachi was immediately embraced when he looked up at Conan again. Itachi, don't go whimpering. Your little brother is very strong. He's already stronger than Nagato. And at the age of 12, he defeated the masochist and ran away. That's what Itachi said. Please whimper at least for the sake of our child, Conan said. I haven't found Sasuke anywhere. I think he should know. I killed the clan. Probably that's what he knows how to do. I realized as a child that he is not simple and grows much faster than others. He always had rage in his eyes. Especially, the main thing is not to show him your love for me. Be sure, he will come for you, Itachi said, fearing for Conan. Was there someone important to him who could persuade him? Who did he love the most? For whom did he want to tear and kill? Asked Conan. Because maybe there are chances. Yes, then it's worth talking to him, Conan said. And this is his mother whom I killed in order to prevent a coup in the clan, Itachi said, and Conan was shocked. Doesn't he want to understand that? I'm afraid not, and until I fight him, I won't know, Itachi said. Here Naruto goes, and one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, Kisame, comes out to meet him with the sword of Samahata. The most terrible sword. Did you come to fight with Itachi? Ahahaha. Kisame started laughing. Divine punishment. And then Kisame flies away breaking trees. Ka Silenus threw me away from him by almost 1.5 kilometers. Flaming rockets, said Naruto, and his hand instantly turned into a hedgehog. The current place of the needles were rockets. All this flew towards Kisame. Hit again, and Kisame is standing in tattered clothes. He thought Samahata would devour them, but it turned out to be a mechanical weapon, in which there was little chakra. And even more so, the missiles flew together and along different trajectories, and even a rocket torn underfoot caused damage. Suiro Seimodori no Jutsu, water release, shark prison dancing technique. With this technique, the user is surrounded by a water dome in which he can freely attack the enemy. Kisame was in his style, and even more so, having merged with Samahata, he began to look like a shark. And a Bloatel are full of control of the situation. I already said that I want to talk to you, Itachi. What for? You can beat me, Shinra Tensei. The dome was demolished along with him and Kisame, who was trying to quickly get to Naruto. Kisame came out from under the rubble of the ground and saw a huge crater. At this moment, only his head was sticking out. How he received a kick to the jaw from which his head bent in the wrong direction. Death is instant and cruel. Naruto went further, because he had only one goal, and that was Itachi. Entering the throne room, in which Itachi was sitting. Well, hello, Itachi said, and you've grown up. I didn't think that you would get to me so quickly, Itachi said. You left Sasuke alive thinking that he could eventually kill you and restore the honor of the clan. Did you think he would be able to subdue the conscience for his own purposes? Where he asked Itachi. He didn't want to talk about this topic right now. Naruto reached into his pouch and pulled out a scroll from there and printed out his younger brother's head from there. After all, his body was in another, threw Itachi under his feet. Whose whole life turned upside down before his eyes. Tears came out of his eyes. Why, Naruto, you killed everyone on the orders of the village to stop the coup. In exchange, he asked for the life of his beloved brother. You killed the entire clan along with the masochist who calls himself Madara. Itachi was even more surprised by what he heard. Even knowing the truth, he killed Sasuke, and now he's come for him. He thought that he would become a kind of hero in their eyes after that. In the depths of his soul, Itachi, I want to ask you something. I asked Sasuke the same thing and he gave the wrong answer. Tell me, did mom and dad love each other? Itachi expected anything, but not such an easy question. The elder Uchiha, who was in sadness, thought a little whether there were tricky moments in him and answered, yes, they loved each other. Itachi said, I said it to Sasuke and I'll tell it to you. You are bad sons. Always going over the heads of others, considering themselves right. Who gave you the right to take the lives of children and the elderly? You killed your own mother who gave you life. What does it all mean? Are you saying that's not true? This is what you call love, Naruto said, and showed the same thing as Sasuke. I don't believe it, it's an illusion, that Itachi said. In his long life, he didn't understand even that. His mother's tears were causing him pain in his heart now. He always saw her smiling at him and Sasuke. And I could never have imagined that her father was being raped at night on the fly. You were her firstborn. She had high hopes for you. She wanted you to become her protector and the one who will take away the darkness from her. After all, she has always suffered since childhood. She was not loved. Duck was also married to a jerk, Naruto said. He will go against everyone. Did I make a huge mistake? Mom, now I understand who held the true fear of this world. I have to apply my best friend's eyes. Although I planned it on Sasuke. Naruto stood and looked at his brother, who had killed his dearest man. A second and the brothers are already near each other and holding their fists. Their hands held each other's fists centimeters from their faces. A blow from the left directly into Itachi's face and a blow from the right from Itachi made it clear that this was not a friendly battle, but clearly to the death. No one wanted to understand each other's motives, and understanding went everywhere, but not near them. It was as if the world wanted one of them dead. The brothers abruptly released each other's hands, then a kick from Naruto and a mirror kick from Itachi. Which shows that he is not a genius for nothing. And his eyes see well. The blows collided and waves passed from the force of the blow. If it were not for the strengthening of the legs with the chakra, then it would be a fracture at least. Again, a sharp departure back current, this time from Itachi, who takes the initiative. And strikes a blow that seemed to fly straight at the target. But Naruto disapproves of him and begins to move back, since the speed of Itachi's attacks and their number was huge. Still, the experience of fighting made itself felt. Naruto was tired of just parrying and not hitting back. Taking the last step back instead of trying to maneuver, he misses 2 blows to the body and 1 to the face. But for that, he strikes 2 counter blows to the head, and at the same time manages to evade the subsequent ones. And again the exchange, from which Itachi seemed to come out victorious. After all, he managed to strike 4 or even 5 blows in exchange, while Naruto occasionally beat 2 or 1. But all this was part of the plan, because the blows were accurate and more chakra was invested in them, thereby beating off the insides and the opponent's breathing apparatus. An extraordinary exchange of blows in which Naruto stubbornly enters, despite the fact that Itachi wants to keep the distance, and skillfully use their possession of throwing weapons. Naruto misses 2 blows to the torso in the presa area and 1 to the spirit, but in return gives a killer blow to the liver. It seems nothing again. Itachi sees gaps in the defense and inflicts 3 successful blows, first to the blowhole and then 2 blows to the head, from which Naruto's wounds on his face opened up more. His face looked like porridge. But even then Naruto manages to bring a killer blow to the liver again, and then Itachi grabs his stomach, feeling that his liver is just now like a water bubble that has been punched and now water is flowing out of it. The current in his case flows blood, and abundantly. Itachi already had a severe illness, but there's also this. Itachi clutched his stomach and saw blood on his hand. Abruptly, he coughed up blood and covered his mouth with his hand. This delay and this exchange is what Naruto wanted. But he did not expect that Itachi would aim at the face. Due to the large Jaimet, his Rinengans were almost closed. Vision has narrowed and the ability to attack has decreased. Also a fight with Kisame, because of which, he lost a lot of chakra. Naruto saw the slowdown and decided that this is an opportunity. But his brother is not a genius for nothing, he wanted this. The younger one approached and with a U-turn charged the seemingly dumbfounded Itachi in the face, which caused him to fly off a decent distance. Both of the brothers puked out blood. One is due to a kick from the leg and the second is from a kunai that hit right in the stomach as a result of his poor rapprochement. We both in the shit, aren't we? Itachi said, I am driven by revenge and the truth. Who has the truth is stronger, Naruto said, breathing like Itachi. Everyone has their own truth. I would certainly like not to kill Mikoto. But then Sasuke would have been killed. Well, you killed her. If it wasn't for that, everything would be fine. Your mistake will pay you for it. Well, I think I'll teach you manners, Itachi said and jumped up, taking 8 kunai in his hands. Using Sharingan and his combat experience and ability to throw kunai, he threw them at the drain arbitrarily, which seemed like he was oblique. But the other kunai, which were followed, changed the trajectory and at the last moment in such a way that it was almost impossible to keep track. Shinra Tensei, said Naruto, and all the kunai seemed to meet with an invisible barrier. So you can be taken like that, Itachi said and jumped up again. Phoenix Flowers Fujitsu Kyuin. With this technique, the user can absorb ninjutsu. As if there was no technique, it disappeared in seconds. In front of Naruto's shield, ninjutsu means they are also useless. Then Itachi said. And then his eyes changed, forming his manjek, which was like a parting gift from Sasuke. Near Itachi, a warrior in armor was formed who was with Yato's shield and Tasuka's sword. A sword capable of sealing everything that concerns it. Two great artifacts that Itachi found in the old ruins of the Uchiha clan and was able to use for his own purposes. Susanoo was already a shield in itself, but with Yato, its protective properties increased significantly. But such power has its limit in this case, blindness. So Susanoo Red Duck also ancient artifacts. Itachi, what other trumps do you have? Said Naruto. Zafuku Kuchios no Jutsu, multiple summoning technique. The user summons a multi-headed dog, which eventually grows even more heads and which is able to split into smaller dogs. The beast went to Susanoo and tried to ram him with his head, but without success. The warrior was able to throw him back with a shield and cut him down with a sword. But then the dog split into two. This time they came from both sides and attacked him again. But even here the trouble is. Additional hands burst out of Susanoo, which grabbed everyone by the head and crushed them to smithereens. There are more dogs again. Now there were 4 of them. Kuchios Rinnegan, calling the Eye of Reincarnation, is a technique by which the user, using Chikashoto, can summon various animals with identical eyes and chakra transmitters throughout the body. Just like with Pain Rikudo, the animals summoned by Kuchios Rinnegan are optically connected to the user, so that he sees everything they see. You can also use this technique to summon people. This time, a rhinoceros went to Itachi from the front and a bird flew from above. And besides, the dogs went on the attack at that moment. The animals all immediately began to attack. And when they collided, they raised a huge amount of dust. Amaterasu and the call of the bird and the rhinoceros lit up with black flames. After about 20 seconds, they disappeared like the dogs. Using Susanoo and Amaterasu for so long has only led to one thing: further deterioration of vision. Everything was blurred in his eyes. And Susanoo disappeared. Tears came out of his eyes mixed with blood. Blood flowed profusely from his mouth. And the soul was flooded with blood and pain. He has clearly lost this war. His defeat now will definitely put the world at risk. This should not have happened because he is a genius of the clan who calculates everything in front of everything. He always thought Sasuke would come for him. In this battle, he would have surrendered to his younger brother and died peacefully. But now everything is different. He was on the verge of death, the world was also on the verge. If Itachi loses in it, then so will other people. Mom, give me strength, I beg you, Itachi thought, and how strange. His hands seemed to be helping to get to the seal on his hand. A small haze of fluff and then a black raven appears in whose eye Itachi's best friend Manjek Shursui was implanted. Who gave this eye to him? So that Danzo wouldn't get it. With the help of these eyes, you can change a person's whole life to build it in such a way that he will not even understand it himself. Naruto, after putting all his remaining strength into the call, was no better himself. But he understood that his strength was fully enough to re-enter the exchange. And for 2 techniques at most. When he saw the raven with Shursui's eye, he seemed to have lost consciousness. The only thing he remembered was how he copied the eye technique at the last moment. Once built in the time of Madara Uchiha, a building that was built to hold meetings, gatherings, feasts and keep the earnings. Now it resembles the place where detachments of 40 people collided. Debris is everywhere. A couple of minutes ago there was a real massacre here. The flame of an unusual light reminded of this. Only a huge fragment on which was the clan's coat of arms reminded of its former greatness and significance. You need to at least see his consciousness, something is wrong with him, Itachi thought. And penetrated into the consciousness of Naruto, who stood rooted to the spot. It turns out Itachi won, said the white Zetsu. Not really, then everything depends on Naruto. And besides, he will not be able to pass everywhere. Rinnegan as the highest stage of Sharingan development, said Black Zetsu. Well, during the battle, I think Itachi definitely won, said the white Zetsu. Not really, Naruto had a chance. Itachi has been too weakened lately due to illness. So it's hard to say who would have won if they were both fully prepared. Naruto, I would not say that in good shape during the battle with Kisame. He used strong techniques, his abilities gave a rollback for a short time, said Black Zetsu. I'm not sure, but why did it become so fast in the shortest possible time? This is the son of Madara. If at one time the most expensive person from the world was taken away from the great Uchiha, then his mother was taken away from him, well, they are quite similar. Both have lost a lot for the sake of strength. Itachi walked and was more and more amazed by Naruto's consciousness was like a maze filled with some kind of knowledge or memories. Itachi goes into a turn and gets into a dark room and sees the first night when Naruto helped Mikoto. Well, their connection is so strong that our ties are just nothing, Itachi thought and went on. That's when he saw that Mikoto was raped by Madara and that's whose son Naruto is. His face expressed shock and nothing more. So mom endured so much, she was really a martyr all her life. Toka Naruto brought her happiness. I will not destroy it, I will only take revenge on the village and its inhabitants. Itachi thought, and having found the right one, he did his job and left. But then he looked into the corner and there he saw Naruto, but it was clearly not him. He looked like a demon. Huge horns that grew right out of the eyes. His body was not human, but was on fire. Between the horns there was something resembling a Rinnegan. It was red light and had 9 volumes. He was chained up, they were golden chains. Mikoto was also sitting on her knees, crying. She tried to hug him, but she was constantly burned. For a second, an unknown thing resembling gunpowder went out of the demon's eyes and went into Mikoto's eyes. The girl cried a lot and turned into such a creature while screaming in pain. Huge black horns, like the whole body was black, there was fire in the eyes and there was a tail at the end of which there were spikes. Then this creature appeared in front of Itachi. What did Itachi think since his arm was torn off? If you don't want that, leave this place to your little brother, said the creature covered with fire. Who are you? The creature said right away, and then Itachi saw the dark side of Naruto. Names, she was in front of him now. But there was not a lot of chakra. Itachi only managed to take revenge on the villagers. But he didn't have time to erase Danzo. Damn, that was Itachi thinking in shock. What did you do? Asked Naruto. Nothing silly, Lick removed the excess. I hope you can resurrect Mikoto and protect her. As I once promised her. You really are a great son. But bad brother spat out Itachi's blood. Quietly becoming, he began to approach Naruto. As a child, he knocked them on the forehead. The last thing he wanted to do. Naruto realized what Itachi wanted to do, but for some reason he didn't leave. Itachi, spitting blood, reached Naruto and touched Naruto's forehead. Don't be like us, resurrect the clan. And bring up a generation that will be like you, Itachi said and hugged Naruto and began to fall. But Naruto caught him and put him on the ground. I'll do it, brother. But first Danzo. Don't be afraid, your child will live, Naruto said. At that moment, Itachi closed his eyes forever. Naruto got up and looked at the sun that came out and lit up his face. Uchiha sat for a long time and looked at his brother's body. At least the revenge was done. But Naruto's soul is not as gnawed. Why is it not easier for me? What's wrong with me? Why the hell? What did he do? Mom, stayed a little bit so that then you could live in peace, that I'm coming for you, the old man said Naruto, and something inside answered, cover the world with fire, the unknown creature said not to bring its own. His aura of death was terrible, near him wanted to die himself, kill everyone and everything. They are all to blame for your mother's fate. Didn't she deserve to die? Didn't she deserve to rest? Am I not right? Tell me. Let the world burn to the ground and return to hell, that's where it belongs. You really think you can destroy Danzo without me? This old man is not so simple, you think. What about my dream and my mother's promise? When the world burns to the ground, you will restore it. With his strength in a new way. Start the world anew and destroy this vile chakra. Take my power, why not your strength? I'm already close to my dream. Just a little more and I'll kill Danzo and the others. And then I'll resurrect my mother. I don't need something else, Naruto said. Why are you sure that if you resurrect your mother, no one will touch her? She will become the #1 target in the whole world. Your love is so beautiful and pure, give it to me, this is the price of my strength. Fuck you. It's the only thing I have, Naruto shouted out. He was saying it outside. Zetsu thought that Naruto had gone crazy. What's wrong with him? Asked the white Zetsu. Most likely, when Itachi penetrated, he took off something wrong and awakened his dark side, said Black Zetsu. Is there really something else unknown in him? So yes. He copied Shusui's technique plus Itachi gave him the raven. Black Zetsu said if he kills Danzo and gets a second eye, he can subjugate someone to your will. This is true, but the main thing is to understand in time on whom he wants to apply it. Naruto Uchiha, who are you? What's the dark side? This is true anger, I knew one such. But he was killed by me. Lucky he wasn't that strong. According to him, he had to destroy the world in order to resurrect everything anew. And that he was strong with it? When he made this contract, his fire that arose from nowhere, the power that came to him from nowhere burned the whole city. Why did you call him weak? He was an ordinary person, and in our case Naruto Shinobi, so the power will be huge, that's how it is, and Naruto will be able to defeat him inside himself, the white Zetsu asked. He needs help, Black Zetsu thought. Who are you? Asked Naruto. I am this. Naruto sat on the ruins and looked at Itachi's body. Compared to Naruto, Itachi was like a complete. After all, Naruto had no time to really eat. If you manage to eat normally once, this is already a success. But not about that. Well, why did Konan ask? He killed our mother, it was his mistake, Naruto said. I don't want to interfere, but you did the wrong thing, Konan said. It's not up to you to decide, I know about your child, said Naruto. Well, if you want to take revenge all your life, then kill me, Konan said, because she considered Naruto a ruthless monster. No, I won't do that. Calm down, that when I will restore the clan that I'll invite you. The main thing is to live, Naruto said. Konan just flew away. Naruto, who did you talk to? Asked Black Zetsu. He said that he was. I told Naruto. This is your hatred, Naruto, it took shape. Thanks to the demon. He can be defeated either by strong feelings or at the waterfall of truth, Black Zetsu said, but he still needed Naruto. How could it take such a form? So also with the Red Rinnegan with 9 volumes, I've only seen its power once, not everyone can withstand it. He destroyed the whole village. But then it turned into ashes. I guess it generates a strong hatred and attracts love. To be honest, I made an effort to kill him, so it can be defeated? Yes, as I said, strong feelings or a waterfall of truth. I suggest the first option, since the waterfall of truth is under the control of another country and they won't let you sit there quietly. It should be love, but where did I get love for a girl at the age of 14? When I didn't even find one, your mother, that you lost your chance. By the way, Zetsu, I wanted to ask you if the Uchiha still know how to look like a girl. Yes, she's in Orochimaru's lab. Her name seemed to be Kiyomi. She was Shisui's younger sister, but because of her illness, a virus got into her. As a result, the virus began to demand the soul of people from her. Interesting. However, we will deal with it later. And now, Mom, can you take your mother's body from Konoha? Asked Naruto. Yes, but you know you will desecrate her grave like that. Skazad White Zetsu, I understand it, bring her body, Naruto said. Naruto remained in his place. And for some reason the demon was quiet. After a while, when Naruto rested, he got up and sealed Itachi's body. Naruto decided to go towards Nagato. After all, he needed him. Naruto himself did not want to use the resurrection technique because he did not want to die. And even more so, Nagato was Uzumaki and will be able to withstand it. By nightfall, he simply teleports using the eye technique to Pain's tower. Naruto was told where to carry 4 Zetsu. When I say pull it out, Naruto said. And passing into the building, Naruto looked into Nagato's eyes. At this point, Naruto applied a technique that he can only use once a year. A second and Naruto subdues Nagato's will. Zetsu shouted Naruto, and then a coffin appeared out of the ground. Naruto went to the coffin and opened it and saw his mother. He took the eyes that he took away in the Danzo database. He took only 2 pairs of eyes there, which were similar in chakra channels. The first is Manjaku Mikoto and the second is her father's Manjaku. Returning the eyes to their place. And using a mystical hand, he closed her huge wound. There was only a red mark on the spot and the cut of the dress. Naruto again subdued Nagato, and then Uzumaki said, Geto, Rinna Tensei no Jutsu, the outer path, the technique of reincarnation of heavenly life, Rinnegan Dojutsu, used with the help of Geto. With this technique, the user can resurrect the dead. To do this, he summons a creature identical to Jigakudo. It opens its mouth and releases the souls of the dead, which fly to all the lifeless bodies in the area, resurrecting them. A second and Mikoto's soul is back in her body and she abruptly opened her eyes and starts greedily grabbing air. Naruto releases Nagato's body. Why did you ask if Nagato was breathing? It doesn't matter, Lick. Say thank you that I didn't destroy your personality and didn't make a doll out of you, Naruto said. Son 8, said Kunoichi 8 coming out of the coffin and looking at the guy who looked so much like him. Mom, Naruto said now, and for the jump, having reached her, hugs and presses her to his chest. Finding his son's gentle hands on his body, Mikoto started crying. Naruto used the eye technique and moved into a building that was located in the land of waves. For how many years in a row there have been no people with a chakra in this country. And it's always quiet here after Gato died. And knowing this information, Naruto moved here. His clone had already occupied a house here. A large 2-story house, which was surrounded by a fence. Everything was in the house. This building was for sale, so now it's his home. My dear, Mikoto said and touched her son's face with trembling hands. Her hands were as gentle as ever. She touched Naruto's cheek, and then ruffled Naruto's hair. She kissed Naruto on the forehead and on both cheeks. And then she hugged him to her chest. Mom, said Naruto and cried. His soul was covered with such warmth and love that even the demon inside disappeared from Naruto's feelings. My son, I've been watching you. I know everything, my son, Mikoto said softly, stroking her son's head and back. She shed tears of happiness herself. After all, when he disappeared, her life turned into hell again. In another world, she was alone. Fate told her that others were not worthy to be with her. Who don't even think about her. She could lick watching her son. For her beloved son, who even after her death continued to talk about her. Naruto hugged Mikoto and cried with joy. Here she is, the one he loved, and for whom he would like to give his life. She deserves the best in this life. Mikoto did not stop looking at and hugging and stroking her son. She missed him. She saw him lying on her grave for more than 5 days. I saw how I opened the eyes of her other sons. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry you died, I couldn't even protect you. I'm sorry I killed my brothers. Forgive me if you can. Even if you say no, I'll understand. But please don't leave me, Naruto said. Son, how can I not forgive you? I loved your brothers, but they didn't open up in response. So I don't understand what I've lost that I didn't tell them how to love me and so on. They had to choose for themselves. They made their choice and this is the fate that fell to them. Even after death, they were not with me. I was alone. And only you loved me and made me happy. I love you with all my soul. I'm sorry. You endured the drain and ran home, but instead of hugs you got coffins with names. I'm a bad mother if I couldn't even protect you. I don't deserve a son like you, Mom. You deserve more than me. I love you, Mom. Your words, as always, warm my soul, Naruto said. That's all I need. I need you. Mikoto said, looking into her son's eyes. Mom, I'll transplant your eyes later so that you get an eternal manjek. I don't want you to go blind, Naruto said. Did you really take it from my father? Mikoto said. They were still hugging each other. Mikoto stroked Naruto and gave her love. Yes, I think Dancho won't mind, Naruto said. And Mikoto laughed. I'm so glad, son, thank you. For resurrecting me. If you don't mind, I'll live with you, Mikoto asked, asking Mom, I think you want to wash up? Asked Naruto. I would like to show me the shower, of course, Mikoto said. Naruto took her to the shower. There Mikoto undressed, went into the shower and Naruto went to cook to eat. 30 minutes later, everyone finished their business. Mikoto smiled after washing. Her son had towels. She wrapped her body with one and her hair with the other. She didn't want to wear dirty clothes and decided to find things. Naruto surprisingly met her. Mom, let's go, said Naruto. Mikoto followed her son into the room. Which in a word was very convenient. A large closet in the corner of the room. Full-length mirror. Beautiful finish. In addition, the bed has 2 seats. A nightstand for things. A desk for work. And the rest of the little things. Mom, I think you buy things for yourself. There's money over there. And there are clothes on the bed. I took underwear, so buy I. I hope it will fit, Naruto said and left. Mikoto went to the bed and saw. Underwear is black. A black bra is the same as panties. There was lace. She looked further and saw a beginning there, surprisingly black and red in color. The current she strongly enlightened. Well, Mikoto thought. Most of all, she was attracted by 2 dresses, one was white, as she once had. But the lower part was painted with roses. There was also a black dress, which was covered with a red cloth on top. But with her breasts would be very visible. She decided to wear white. After looking at herself in the mirror a little and spinning around, she went to the kitchen. To cook something for my son. She came over and saw a fully set table. Current salads were of 3 types. There was both the first and the second on the table. Beautifully laid out appliances. And Naruto, who was waiting for his mom. As Toka Mikoto came into the kitchen. Naruto quickly approached his mother. And he opened a long rectangular box in front of her. And opened it. Mom, this is for you. Naruto said, opening up in front of her. It was a beautiful necklace. It just glowed. Naruto put her on her mother, who was in shock. The necklace was thin and the front was visible. The petals on the sides emanating from the branches on each side, and in the center was a beautiful stone on which was written, "To my son." "Mom, you look amazing. I was cooking from books. I hope I didn't mess up anything," Naruto said, sitting his mother on a high chair. Mikoto was surprised not only by the gift, but also by the fact that her son cooked so delicious food from the first time. 30 minutes later they had eaten. Mikoto was already reaching for the dishes as usual. But Naruto took his mother's hand. "Mom, don't. My clone will do everything himself." "Liked it. Tell me honestly," Naruto said, looking at the black eyes. "It was very tasty, thanks." Naruto brought Mikoto to the room and was about to leave when Kunoichi grabbed his hand. "Son, shall we go?" The whole red Mikoto asked. "Still, her son has grown up a lot." "Mom, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling bad?" asked Naruto. "No, let's go." "Yes, of course I don't mind," Naruto said and slowly followed Kunoichi. Mikoto quickly took off her dress and threw on the top. Now Naruto understood why he made the wrong choice. Black lace was visible through this thing. Her red line wound from behind was impressive. Although it will pass after a while. But still Naruto's scarecrow. Naruto came over and took off his raincoat and jacket and put it on a chair. And remaining in a t-shirt. He took off his pants. Now he was wearing shorts. Turning to Mikoto, he saw her as the light was on in the room. He saw her completely. Mikoto was very beautiful. Naruto turned off the light and lay down on the bed. As soon as he lay down, his head was pressed somewhere. Mikoto kissed her son on the forehead and pressed him to her chest closer to her heart. "I love you, son," Mikoto said and closed her eyes. "I love you more, Mom," Naruto said. He inhaled the smell of Mikoto and understood where he was so close. The pants became firm. For this he felt ashamed. Mikoto smiled at Naruto's words and snuggled even closer to him. Waking up in the morning, Naruto did not find Mikoto next to him. Uchiha went to the bathroom, washed up and decided to go downstairs. When he came to the kitchen, he found the one he had lost. "Well, Mom, why? You don't have to cook." "It's not worth it," Naruto said, seeing Mikoto near the stove. "Good morning, son." "Well, you know, I have to do something at least. Especially your house." "I want to do something," Mikoto said. "Mom, this is your home, rest." "I promised, Mom," said Naruto. "You're such a skinny son, skin and bones." "I'll fix it quickly," Mikoto said. "Ahaha," persuaded Mom well. "You still cook better than me," Naruto said. After eating, Naruto left the clone and they went to the gym. Mikoto was lying on her son's lap thinking about something, and Naruto did not take his eyes off her. "Mom, look what I have," Naruto said and took Jiraiya's book from under the bag. Let me read it," Mikoto said and reached for the book. But Naruto abruptly removed it. Here Mikoto made a pleading look, and yet Naruto relaxed. At that moment the book flew off Naruto's hands right into the woman's hands. "I will read aloud since you also wanted to read," Mikoto said. Mikoto was reading and Naruto was sitting lost in thought and staring intently into his mother's eyes, which glistened with happiness. Mikoto was glad to have her son by her side. So they sat until the evening, until Mikoto fell asleep on Naruto's lap. Naruto picked Mikoto up in his arms and carried her to the bed and lay down next to her. The next day Naruto decided to find a doctor who could transplant his eyes. It's one thing to return the eyes of a dead person and another to a living person. In search of a doctor, the Naruto clone reached a small village near hot springs. Seeing the great Sannin and Doctor No. 1 in the land of fire. Naruto came up instantly. "Hello Tsunade-san," said Naruto coming up to the legendary Sannin. "What do you want, baby?" the woman asked harshly. "Tsunade-sama, please don't do that," said a nice girl near Tsunade. It was Shizune who was holding a little pig. Nothing. I understand. I am not yet worthy to communicate with the demons. But I still want to try my luck. Tsunade was surprised. She expected rudeness in response. Tsunade-sama, could you transplant the eyes of one person? I will pay enough money. Ask where the money comes from. Danzo gave Hihi, said Naruto. How much would you like for such an operation? Asked Naruto. 2 million Ri sharply gave her answer to Tsunade. Well, here's the address. When can you come up? You Ri serious? Probably this person is very important then. 4 and I will come in 2 days. Decided to achieve my Sannin. I'm waiting, Naruto said and disappeared. So the clone is not a simple kid. I'll give him 16 years of course, thought Tsunade. 2 days later, Naruto heard a call that meant there were people near the gate. By opening the fence and letting Sanina and her scrotum go ahead, he saw them off. Well, where is the person who needs to have his eyes transplanted? Tsunade said. Hello. Tsunade-san appeared in the hallway. Mikoto. Mikoto, the girls screamed sharply from shock. Mikoto has been dead for more than 5 years at the hands of her own son. Although Tsunade didn't know Mikoto well, she was often seen with Kushina. And already their seinen concluded that Mikoto is very kind. Tsunade felt sorry only for her after the death of the entire clan. Naruto gave me a second chance, Mikoto said, pulling back the hair that covered her face. So why should she have her eyes transplanted? Asked Tsunade. And what is your name now? Naruto Uchiha. And you need to transplant these eyes here, Naruto said and put flasks with eyes in front of them. Mangek Sharingan girls said sharply. Yes, I don't want her to go blind, Naruto said. Well, you don't have to pay the money, I'll do it as a gift, said Tsunade. Mikoto looked anxiously at her son. Mom, everything will be fine, Naruto said, taking his mother's hand. I believe you, son, Mikoto said, smiling sweetly. After Tsunade's surgery, so Naruto does not take off the bandage for at least a week. The eyes have taken root. These are her eyes, Tsunade said, passing the eyes. Thank you. And Naruto told you this and handed you a briefcase with money. There were 4 million Ri. I told you I'd do it just like that, said Tsunade. And this is my thanks, Naruto said and took his eyes away again. Well, I'm not looking to convince you, said Tsunade, seeing Naruto's serious look. Okay, well, then I told Tsunade for now. After seeing off the guests, Naruto sat down next to his mother and took her hand and waited. Mikoto woke up and was about to reach for the bandage when her hands were grabbed. You can, Mom. I'll have to lick it like this for a week, Naruto said. And he still held his mother's hands. After her son's words, Mikoto squeezed his hands. She's still 35 and now being completely helpless didn't look good. Son, what's Mikoto asked now? I'll be near you all the time, I'll feed you with a spoon. He said Naruto laughing. Haha good. I don't mind still starving. That I don't like. Let's go mom to the bedroom here. Atu rudely said Naruto and lifting his mother in his arms carried her into the bedroom. Son, do you have a girlfriend? Asked Mikoto. No, why? I'm interested. I'm the mother said Mikoto. I guess you don't want to sleep mom, Naruto said. Quite said Mikoto. It's 11 at night and I want to say Naruto. Well, sleep, Mikoto said and turned to the side in such a childish way to break. Naruto lay down next to her and hugged his mother. I'll talk to you at least all night, Naruto said. Mikoto turned to face her son and hugged him to her. Good night, son, Mikoto said. I love you, Naruto said before falling asleep. In the morning, Naruto sent the clone to cook and went to wash himself. Coming into the room, he saw his mother who got up and tried to reach the door just a little bit and she would fall. Naruto is nearby and grabbing him puts him back on his feet. And then he raises it again. Son, if I don't do anything, it will be replenished quickly, Mikoto said. There are not many good people, Naruto said. Naruto placed Mikoto and sat down next to him. Well, Naruto said the first spoonful. He laughed at his mother, who was all red from the situation. Well, Narushi opened her mouth as the first spoon got there. And now the second one, otherwise you won't get better, Naruto continued. Baka and again Uchiha managed to shove a spoon in time. After such a breakfast, Mikoto sat and thought at her son, who treated her like a child. Mom, what are you? Didn't like it? Huh, it was interesting, Mikoto said. For a woman who didn't even get that even from her parents, it meant a lot. Naruto took his mother again and went into the hall, so if you can't, then I'll read it. Still, I wonder what made you give me such a name, Naruto said. They were distracted from reading licks for lunch and dinner. Naruto sat reading and saw how Mikoto's legs kept moving and trying to give up. He has already concluded what all this is about. Mom, you want to go to the toilet, you can't stand it for 10 days, Naruto said. Well, son, please take it away and give it to her hands at this moment. She blushed all over the paper. Ahaha, what a face, is it really a shame that Naruto said. After seeing off his mother, Naruto gave in his hands, as the woman asked and left. He didn't want to be embarrassed by her. Mikoto sat down and relaxed as much as possible, which is why she let go of the so-needed thing. She had no luck going today, because what she needed so much was tucked under the sink. Not finding her hand, she cursed. In trying to find, everything started to fall on her. Dental beads, soap, palatenzo, and even a broom fell on her. It was hard not to hear this, and Naruto came in and found his mother, who was falling asleep with things. Ahaha, that's the moment, it's a pity that it can't be captured. I wish I was an artist or something. Although I'll show you with a Sharingan later, Naruto said and continued to laugh. Mikoto was as red as a crab. She's never had it like this. I dropped it, Mikoto said, stuttering all over. Naruto sorted things out in their places and took the lost thing and returned it. Mikoto was all red after the restroom. Naruto didn't come out and she realized it, and this moment showed that everything is too hard without eyes. Mikoto stood up and started lifting her clothes. To say that Naruto's hormones began to play is nothing to say. Son, could you walk me to the sink, Mikoto said. After washing their hands, they left the restroom and reached the bedroom. Mom, could you wait, too? We need to go, Naruto said, and kissed his mother and covered her with a blanket and went outside instead of the restroom. What's wrong with me? What are you doing? Naruto kept telling himself Naruto, and then he hit himself in the face, and then the second one. A little jog and push, ups to failure without a chakra. The sight of the mother in front of my eyes has not helped so far. I can no. Maybe do it with some girl. Well, then how am I better? Then a rapist? Damn, I can do anything, Naruto said, and again he started training until his muscles ached. It was already pitch dark until he felt that relief. Naruto went in and lay down further away. Mikoto understood what was going on. But she was shocked that at 35 she was able to excite at least someone. Although considering that she liked the shinobi god who had seen quite a few girls who were ready to give themselves to him at any moment, son hormones? Asked Mikoto. No, Naruto said, but his voice betrayed him. I've already figured it out, son, if you want, you can use me. I think I can handle it, Mikoto said so easily and not forced, as if she was a girl of easy behavior in the best establishments of the capital of fire. From the words of Mikoto, Naruto's hormones fell not just to zero, but to the very core of the planet. A huge black hole in the soul from the words of the mother opened instantly. It hurt. No, Mom, Naruto said and snuggled up to her with all his heart. Mom, don't ever say that again, that it was just now at all. I love you. I care, but it Not for that. You mean so much to me that it's even hard to imagine, Naruto said. I just wanted to get rid of your runaway hormones, that's all. That's it, Mom. I'd rather be satisfied with killing Danzo, Naruto said. Mikoto looked at her son with concern that she felt a pang in her heart. Do you want to calm your hormones or your soul so much? Asked Mikoto. And that, take care of the cupcake with me, but don't go to Danzo. Although he is an old man, it is not for nothing that they say that he is not far behind the third. Mikoto said. No, Mom, he deserved to die, Naruto said with a heaviness in his voice. Fuck me hard and as you want, but don't go. Mikoto said that she was left in this moment too. Losing my son was the worst thing that could happen. I love you, Mom, Naruto said and kissed her on the forehead and pressed her to his chest. If the kiss was on the lips, it meant yes, but in the forehead it said that Naruto considers Mikoto first of all a mother. Mikoto felt both heavy and good at heart. On the one hand, her son loves her very much, on the other, his big risk. I love you, Mikoto said and snuggled up to her son and bitterly wept. Naruto felt his t-shirt getting wet from his mother's tears. Well, Mom, I have to, I can, Naruto said, gently stroking his mother's hair and back. The woman was trembling all over, her shoulders were rising sharply and letting go. And the tears, like water in a waterfall, kept coming and coming. Every tear meant a lot to Naruto. It was through them that Mikoto tried to stop her son. I'm not going to lose, I'm going to win. And then I'll do whatever you want. Except for the bed, Naruto said. Son, what can I do to prevent you from doing such a stupid thing? Mikoto said with such strong hope. Even if her eyes were closed, Naruto seemed to see them even in this darkness. After all, her head was turned precisely to him. Mom, you are so soft and pleasant, still the same as in childhood, Naruto said and stroked his mother's shoulders. If it wasn't for the old man, perhaps you would have been able to make me not leave, Naruto said. At these words, Mikoto reached for the bandage. She didn't care about her son's health, more important. Naruto abruptly grabbed her hands but not hard and pressed her again. No, Mom, you can, Naruto said, although he kept his mother's hands with one hand. Which moved not just on muscles, but also on the power of the soul. Mikoto moaned. Naruto didn't notice at all where he pressed her hands. Uchiha was shocked and let go of his hands. Then Mikoto took advantage of this and reached for the bandage, but her son understood everything at the time and now held his mother's hands over her. It's not easy to deceive you, son, Mikoto said, kicking. Ahaha is a good plan, but Mom, why? Here Mikoto pinned one place to her son with her foot. A moan from my son has already sounded. If Naruto loses now and gets overexcited, he will not take revenge under the words of his mother. Naruto, instead of fighting further, only turning Mikoto's back to him and removing his hands down, he pressed him to himself. I love, Naruto said and kissed him on the cheek. And he closed his eyes. Mikoto lost and stopped doing at least something and decided to sleep. In the morning, Mikoto was still in her son's arms. Good morning, Mom, said Naruto. Mikoto took and grabbed her son's shirt, turning to him. Not. Don, go away, I don't want to live without you. The mother's words echoed inside Naruto. He would like to never disappoint her. But now his eyes collided. On the one hand, revenge for the mother, on the other hand, she is the same who begs not to go. Mom, for me, the owner of the eyes of God is not afraid of people who sit like rats and wait until their enemies turn their backs on them. Danzo slaughtered our clan for his own good. And took all the eyes. I didn't annoy him so badly last time. I took 2 Manjikas and also 3/4 of its reserves. Why do you want revenge so much? Son, you understand that I don't want to live without you, Mikoto said. I've lost all the bad memories about me too. Live a new life, said Naruto with incredible pain in his voice. For this, he received the first slap in the face from his mother. And then Mikoto kissed him and hugged him to her. Naruto wanted his mother all the best, but this gesture said that she didn't need it. I don't need another life, I need you, Mikoto said. I'm sorry, son, for that, Mikoto said, stroking her son's face. Naruto's cheek was red and there were handprints on it. You re the one who's sorry. I deserved it. I'm hardened to a lot of things. Except you. Are you going to go? Asked Mikoto. Until you recover and until I teach Manjaku's abilities. And then I'll only leave for a day, Naruto said. I will wait for the right moment, until someone rules the village. Only advice, so indirectly, but he is a leader. I know that the Akatsukis are already collecting Biju, but the countries have not yet realized what awaits them. So you're going to wait until Danzo goes beyond the route, Mikoto asked. Well, you can say that, Naruto said. Promise that you won't risk it like that later, Mikoto said. Maybe one more time after that, Naruto said with great hope in his soul. No, Mom, I can safely leave a clone and you won't even understand, Naruto said, and then a clone of Uchiha entered the room. Mikoto took 5 senbons and threw them one by one so that all 5 hit the clone's body. No wonder she was a censor. Your clones don't have souls, Mikoto said. Naruto smiled and took his mother to your room, gave her a toothpick and paste and brushed his teeth himself too. After the restroom, Naruto has already gone to the ready table. After breakfast they went to read again. This topic has been raised more than once in conversations. Naruto continued to hold back. The hormones made themselves felt. Also, a few tricky moments made themselves felt. That's how the days passed until Mikoto couldn't tc. The days flew by one after another. If someone came and unnoticed by Naruto and Mikoto would look after them. They wouldn't even realize it was mother and son. They looked more like a couple who are in love with each other. Probably such thoughts visited them, but it was somehow all the same. The happiness they were striving for now has finally been achieved. And someone else's opinion, whether it's good or bad, will always be, but it doesn't matter. Mikoto realized that her eyes were already quite ready to see. She walked up to the bed where Naruto was already lying thinking about something. Most likely he was thinking how he could get Danzo out of the den. The sneaky old man is rarely even in sight, and outside the village he was like that for a long time. Even in his youth on missions, and since Hiruzen became Hokage, he created the root organization and stopped being born. Kunoichi came up and felt for her son, abruptly sitting down right on him. She put her head on his chest and looked in the direction of his so warm, so familiar gaze, which warmed her on cold nights. She will never forget how she fell asleep in tears near her children from beatings. In the end, she got used to it, but the tears themselves somehow went. Every tear has been heard by the heavens, and here is her protector beside her. Dark hair, the color of which resembled a crow's wing. And the blue and the light made you admire them for hours on the fly. After all, they attracted the eyes with their extraordinariness and beauty. They fell on the body and gently tickled the guy, causing him to chuckle a little, and a smile appeared on Kunoichi's face. Son, Mikoto said, and abruptly stood up and turned her back to him. It was a clear hint that Naruto would take off the bandage. Really, Mom, don't you want me not to hold you in my arms? Asked Naruto. I would like you to continue doing this, I like it. But I also want to see your face, Mikoto said. Naruto walked around his mother and sat down face to face. He began to untie the bandage. So the last circle of the bandage flies off Mikoto's face and she opens her eyes. A second and her eyes Sharingan, then Manjaku and Eternal Manjaku Sharingan. which looked like an 8-pointed shuriken, and inside it was something resembling a snowflake. It looked beautiful, but the strength that they had was also amazing. She became the second in the entire history of the Uchi clan to own a VMSH. Mikoto's eyes turned black again and she examined her son first, who was now sitting and smiling at her. A smile that will make you smile back in no other way. Mikoto smiled broadly and hugged her son. Dozens of kisses flew into Naruto's face. Seeing is really a gift. One can only express great respect for people who have never seen this world. And for those who have seen this world at least once and then this path was closed to him. One can only wish for great patience and good people nearby, who will talk about everything that happens in the world. Naruto didn't mind and didn't resist, his heart was pounding wildly. It was absolutely not difficult for him to be near his mother. And this only showed that their feelings were mutual. Son, let's go to bed. I understand already. At this moment she looked at the time. Of course the time is 1:00 in the morning, Naruto said. A second later, he is already lying in bed as Mikoto knocked him down. Mom, ahaha, strong you, said Naruto. I love you, good night, Mikoto said, snuggling up to her son. I'm stronger, sweet dreams. No, I said Mikoto more strongly to these words. Naruto just smiled and closed his eyes. Naruto always fell asleep quickly, as training in which you can be woken up after 2 hours forced him to learn how to fall asleep quickly. In the morning, Naruto no longer found his mother because he felt a pleasant smell. After quickly washing up, Naruto went downstairs where Mikoto was waiting for him. Who set the table early in the morning? Good morning, Mom. Why so much? I think now I can get you back in shape. Good morning, Mikoto said, standing near the stove. After breakfast, Mikoto went outside to think. She decided to take a little walk. Son, can I take a walk? Asked Mikoto. Yes, of course. Should I go with you? Son, you didn't train at all while I was sick. Better practice. I'm not afraid myself, Mikoto said well and hurried out. She was followed by 2 clones underground and 3 along the branches. Mikoto realized that she would rarely be able to leave without support. She just smiled at that. And she went back periodically. She caught the clones with her eyes. They also looked into her eyes at that moment and came across. It was unclear how Mikoto turned so quickly during their jumps and caught their glances. Mikoto decided to go to the bridge that Naruto was talking about. When she came to him, she was surprised. He was really big. And the view from it was beautiful, especially in the sun, which was rising. So Mikoto stood for more than an hour and the sun was already over her head. Which meant about 2 hours. Which means lunch. Mikoto moved home and then she saw the child walking with her mother. The child was about 5 years old and he was just holding her hand and a guy was walking next to them. He looked to be about 12 to 15 years old and he was the eldest son by the way he spoke to the child. Listening to their conversation, brother, and when we go fishing, as you said, the child asked, let's see if the time is after lunch today. We'll go, said the young man. Please help me today, it's better, I have a lot of things to do. The woman said, no, I know you will be as usual for 3 hours. The young man said, brother, doesn't mom need help? Not always. Well, what's wrong with you, mom? Will you buy me ice cream? It's so warm today. Okay, but do you need to? Yes, I won't mind. Mikoto didn't listen any further. Now it was an example of an ordinary family. And now she remembered Sasuke and Itachi, they were the same. And now Naruto is in pain and sweating after humiliating her every night. His anger, rage, and conscience grew exponentially. He never asked her for anything. He was silent and cold to everything, and the cold near him caused small puddles to be covered with ice after the rain. His eyes, in which there was no life. That's what Mikoto saw when she left her son with other children. Yes, she had a bad fate, but this does not give a reason for her children to have such a thing. If Sasuke calmly walked there with his head held high, then Naruto just walked away from there and sat down somewhere near the river looking at the sun. And thinking about something. Her son was different, and all these relationships that they have after her rebirth are not at all like mother and child. They are much bigger. Even very. All these moments, and the moment with hormones was worth something. When she needed to put a rag on a soft place and hold it, because those days began for her. Which arose quite often due to abuse, Naruto held her and touching her in that place caused a moan. Mikoto still remembers it. Naru, could you give me some rag or a raft that is not needed? Mikoto said, why mom? Well, you know, I have those days, said the whole red Mikoto. Naruto put a soft cloth in his hands and turned around. After more than 5 attempts, as a result of which again everything that had fallen on her, including the shower curtain. Mikoto could not put a rag on and there was no desire to wash underwear. Especially given by Naruto. Naru, you couldn't hold or pull, Mikoto said, blushing even more. Mom, what are you doing there? And what exactly did Naruto say about hearing the sound but was afraid to turn around? Well, hold the rag, turn around, please. I need help, said Mikoto. Naruto turned around and saw his mother again, as for the first time in a ridiculous position, and raising his mother again beheld the very place and he felt. Not that it's hard to stand, even hard to breathe. Sweat came out on his face, which was covered with blush and a wave of embarrassment. It became mega hard in my pants. 14.5 years and hormones are already beating at the seams. That's where Mikoto said, putting the rag in the right place for her. Naruto started to pull his hand. The second lasted forever at this moment for Mikoto. Naruto continued to pull, trembling more and more. Mother needs help, get a hold of yourself, Naruto said to himself. But this is the same place. Hell no, I can stand it, Naruto said. Mom, please don't moan, Naruto said, remembering his mother's joke before. Naruto gently touched his mother's hand, holding it, and then quietly climbed to the top by hand. He did it as slowly as possible. The soft skin of Mikoto's hand turned him on more and more, and now it's a rag, but behind it Naruto clearly feels Mikoto's labia. Mama, Mikoto said a little to herself so gently, no one has touched there yet. Her body reacted positively to this. All the feelings surged sharply, namely hormones. I wanted so much tenderness down there. Naruto continued to wait. It was good that his eyes were closed, because now Mikoto was bent from the pleasure of the current from a simple touch there. It was so good and pleasant for her. Her mind took a back seat. Miko no, suddenly he will understand wrongly. No, Mikoto said everything and got out of this position. Mikoto bent down and took the panties and pulled them up. Naruto while holding was covered with sweat tones. But the hand that held Mikoto's labia responded so pleasantly back. In Naruto's head, bad thoughts abruptly went, but he was able to overcome them by remembering that they had a mother every day. If he does it now, then he is better than them, Naruto thought, and was already more or less standing. But everything is better in the pants. Thank you, son, you can clean up. You closed your eyes there, Mikoto asked, lifting her panties and laughing a little. She could still feel her son's hand there. And now even the cowards pressed their son's hand more to her. Naruto opened his eyes and took his hand away, but even so, seeing only his mother's soft, toned legs, it became hard for him. Mikoto walked and kept remembering a couple more such moments. Doesn't he love me like a mother? Does he love me as a woman? Is it hormones or the heart? Fate of what are you? Did I give birth to myself? But how is this so? Naruto, tell me, who am I to you? Mikoto went home and saw Naruto covering the last detail on the table. Everything was laid out as she had once done herself. Everything was 100% identical. "Oh, Mom, you've already come, let's eat, I haven't cooked much here." "Just appreciate it," Naruto said. "Don't ever leave without me, Mom. I was worried about you every second while you were gone," Naruto said. "Wow, I am now. Now you understand me. If you leave the same way for Danzo, my heart will beat hundreds of times faster than yours right now," Mikoto said, walking towards the restroom. "Well, son, now I'll check how you learned my lessons," Mikoto said, smiling after washing her hands. After lunch, Mikoto was shocked, because Naruto was able to repeat her best dish. As a woman, she felt ashamed. Now she has nothing to surprise her son with. "Naru, how did you do it?" asked Mikoto after lunch. "Well, something like that. Mom, I saw your look at those passing by. Do you have any questions?" maybe asked Naruto. If it wasn't for Naruto's words, she wouldn't know how to start this conversation. On the one hand, this is a trivial conversation. But not the right words on her part may seem like she doesn't like it. "Naruto, I have a very important question for you," Mikoto said, and came close to her son, who was now standing in the hall. Hugged him, her hands were on Naruto's back, hugging him tightly. Mikoto leaned her head against the guy's chest and listened to the rhythm of his heart. There was no need to be a doctor here. Naruto's heartbeat increased significantly. Mikoto's body clearly felt something hard in her son's pants. Naruto had a hard time resisting her beauty. Yukiza hugged his mother with all his heart. And looked into her angelic eyes. In which he was drowning. "Mom, tell me what happened. Who am I to you?" The question was really not a simple step to the right, a step to the left, and then you can turn a person away from yourself. Naruto had less than 30 seconds to form an answer in his head. "Mom, I didn't expect such a question from you. After all, I often turn my soul inside out in front of you. I love you. You are my world, you are my everything. You are the greatest happiness for me. I want to make you happy. For me, there is no person more important than you, there is not and will not be. Your smile and laughter makes me feel good. They are the ones who tell me that I am on the right track." Mikoto's eyes widened at every word Naruto said. Her son wants to give himself completely to what would make her happy. She's not just his love, it's really much more. "Naru, I want to see your bride, I want to see your happiness. Don't give yourself up completely for me, when you have such a person who will love you and will not give offense to anyone, that's when I will poach my soulmate. Then my heart will fly on wings and look for the one. And until that happens, I'll be there for you." Naruto spoke without taking his eyes off Mikoto. Kunoichi clenched her fists and put them on her son's chest, and the tears themselves went down her cheeks. So nice and at the same time so painful. "And if that one is not found, what then?" "Mom, why are you crying?" said Naruto, stroking Mikoto's back and hair. His touch was just as soft as before. "And if the same person is not found?" Mikoto asked. "I think it will be," said Naruto and pressed him harder. Mikoto was crying with happiness from great happiness, which has now come crashing down on her again in tons. "If he doesn't show up, son, I'll be yours for the next 3 years, Mikoto thought to herself. Kunoichi was only strange if she really gave birth to him for herself. Naruto, her gift is the biggest, and Mikoto thought that maybe Madara had put his own bookmarks on it. But they weren't there even now. But the question remained the same because Naruto did not say specifically she is a mother or a woman for him. One thing was for sure, his love was pure and open. 2.5 years have passed. During this time, the relationship between Naruto and Mikoto Toka has intensified. There was something unusual between them that shouldn't have been between mother and son. Naruto was looking out the window at the garden. He was beautiful. Cherries and plums grew along the fence. Such berries as strawberries and currants were also planted. Go out there, eat every fruit of which is grown with love. It was a pleasure. Mikoto was sitting there between her favorite flowers. Namely roses. There were many flowers in the garden, but it was the roses that Mikoto loved the most. Her black hair, which was now blowing in the wind, looked great against the background of red petals. Naruto understood that now his mother was enjoying one of the moments of her life. She used to find comfort in that. Mikoto was beautiful as always, her skin was blinding in the light of day. And in an amazing way, she didn't age at all. Perhaps this is some kind of Edo Tensei action. Naruto didn't take his eyes off her. She was wearing a white dress now. She sat and admired the flowers from time to time, passing her hand over them. Even the flowers didn't hurt her in any way. Even as a child, when Mikoto ran away from her parents, she hid right in the rose bushes. As if even the plants understood the injustice to her. In this Naruto saw something beyond incomprehensible. The woman's black eyes were so warm, gentle, kind, and they were overflowing with love. How it all pleased Naruto. Her laughter for Naruto was the moment that proved that he was doing the right thing. Naruto was watching Mikoto. Naruto liked her smooth and gentle movements on the flowers, and he continued to watch. "I love you," Naruto said, and he did not put the value there that he loves as a mother, but much more. His eyes lit up with happiness from these words. Mikoto was sitting in the garden that helped grow Naruto. They didn't do it for a long time, but all thanks to clones. Mikoto only told them where to plant. As a result, here it is, a beautiful garden painted with love. I so want to tell him that I love him. I don't want anyone else but him anymore. He looks at me with such kindness and love. But I'm so afraid that he won't understand me, Mikoto thought with a look, sometimes looking at her son. The times when Naruto still came and comforted her forever remained in the depths of Mikoto's soul. The girl did not know how her son would take her words. Will he say yes, or will he say that I'm crazy? Or he'll say I'm too old for him? But I no longer feel the aging of my body or organs from the age of 20, but all thanks to that strange case. Mikoto came home, her alleged husband was waiting there. "Where have you been?" Fugaku asked viciously. "I went grocery shopping, we didn't have chicken meat, Itachi is sick and wanted to make soup. I had to go to the other end of the village because we have only beef." "You always have excuses. Okay, let's cook. And why aren't you at work, dear, since you don't feed during the time?" "A completely useless wife," said Fugaku. Mikoto ate, holding back tears while cooking. Setting the table. Mikoto quietly sat down at the table and began to eat while Fugaku quickly ate everything and drank tea. And was about to leave when he turned around and approached Mikoto from behind. "Dear, well, I'm eating," Mikoto said. Humiliation was waiting for her again. Fugaku took her by the hair and forcefully hit her on the table so that all the food was on Mikoto's face and the sharp teeth of the plates flew into the girl's face. And then she felt her dress lifted and her panties pushed away. And then the brutal violence on the part of her husband. Fugaku took the whip and hit Mikoto right on the ass. But this was clearly not the place where he was aiming. Again a blow, this time a blow right on the girl's vagina. Blows rained down on the girl who no longer held back her cries of pain. She was sobbing in pain. The soft clitoris of the girl was filled with blood and blood went from there. Blow, blow, blow. When the whole ass of the girl did not turn red from the blows and her vagina did not resemble porridge, her husband did not stop. Mikoto begged him to stop and begged for forgiveness, but it didn't work as always, her husband never listened to her. "It will be a lesson to you," when he said it was necessary to do, and Fugaku left. Mikoto passed out from tears and pain. She was lying in her own blood that came from the girl's face and vagina. She felt cold and was ready to die. How she felt that she was not at home right now. It was an unusual place. It was light everywhere, and what was extraordinary was sitting in front of her. Mikoto looked at herself and was amazed. She looked the same as when she was alive. She quickly covered her bleeding wounds and waited. "You are Mikoto Uchiha," a bass voice leaned in. Tell me, do you want to continue living or will you go to another world? With all due respect, I have to go back. My son is there, but he doesn't love you, and because of your husband's words, he doesn't respect you. You like a slave there. Whatever he is my son. That I love him, but he should understand how to answer me in return, Mikoto said. Well, you'll get something for that, said the voice, and she's back at home. She immediately bent into the pose of an embryon. Because of the pain that flooded over her. She's back in hell. Naruto and Mikoto did not forget about training, which resembled more of a game in moments. When the girl got tired of running, Naruto abruptly picked her up and ran with her. Mikoto was embarrassed and funny at the same time. Naruto decided to take ice cream from the refrigerator and watch his mother on the street. Opening the refrigerator and taking ice cream, Naruto went outside. Sitting down, he looked again at his mother, who was thinking about something again. Mikoto remembered a case after which she stopped aging. There was a bitter experience from beating her pussy once before. It didn't hurt so much. Even after the rape. The girl looked at her son and saw that he had ice cream. Quietly getting up and brushing the earth off her knees, she went to her son. Naruto opened the ice cream and just licked it. How it disappeared from his hands. Mom, said Naruto, and only managed to see how Mikoto's hair jumped around the corner. Quietly approaching the corner, Naruto found Mikoto there, who was eating ice cream there. Mom would have asked better, Naruto said, smiling, but he liked his mother's joke. Mikoto divided the ice cream and gave part to Naruto. Here you go, son, he said Mikoto. Naruto wanted to take it, but then Mikoto's hand removed the ice cream. Again Naruto reached for it and again the hand was removed. Well, Naruto said and opened his mouth. But instead of ice cream in his mouth, they smeared his whole face and started laughing. Ahahaha. Well, Mom, said Naruto, laughing like a child. He felt so good with her. Life is not life without her. It was not boring with her. His mother managed to translate any difficult situation into a discharged one. You've been working like this all day, son. I wanted to distract you. We must also be able to rest. Mikoto said, well, I just like to spend time like that. Naruto said, where are my grandchildren by the way, asked Mikoto. Naruto blushed deeply and did not understand how to answer. I already said first your happiness, then mine, Naruto said, maybe then we'll be at each other's. After all, I love you. But Naruto did not hear these words because someone was making a lot of noise. Mom, I just told Naruto. Mikoto got a little sad. She was preparing for this. What is going on there? Naruto thought, looking at how people were fussing. Quickly creating clones to protect Mikoto, Naruto went to the crowd. As he got closer, he saw Tazuna and his son. Hello, Tazuna-san, what happened? Naruto asked, running up to the carpenter and his son. Hello Naruto. You probably don't know, but Konoha is destroyed. Akatsuki, now here we go to help. Hello Naruto-san, I think Menma is waiting for our help. Let's go home, said Naruto. So what's there? Mikoto asked. Already when we went home. But then she was in for a surprise, not the best. Naruto fell to his knees in front of her and both of them. And looked down at her. Mom, now Konoha is destroyed, this is the best chance to kill Danzo. Let me go, Naruto said and pressed his head to his mother. With his forehead against her legs, son of what? But why did I think that you wouldn't go? Because we talked about it a lot, Mikoto said in shock. If the shock from Konoha hurt her, but the shock from her son's departure was much greater. Akatsuki is a criminal organization whose main goal is eternal peace. An eternal dream in dreams. They regathering all the Biju. Most likely they came for Menma. His fate is not known to me. Menma, Akatsuki-san, I don't feel anything good about this. Please don't leave me, Mikoto said. I have 3 goals for revenge. Danzo, Masaknik and Madara, said Naruto. Son, but if it wasn't for Madara, I wouldn't have you, Mikoto said. I don't care, his head will fall off his shoulders anyway. Naruto said, please, son, stop being like that. Let's not break up, I feel so good with you, Mikoto said. This time since the resurrection for Mikoto was like in paradise. Mom, let me. I don't want to leave you either. But it's necessary, Naruto said. Mikoto took Naruto's head and pushed it away from her. Now she could see that his eyes were closed. He looked like he was waiting for a blow. The girl took her dress with one hand and lifted it and then lowered her panties with the other. Naruto has strong hormones, he will not be able to refuse. Naruto didn't understand what the rustling was, but then a distinct unusual smell entered his nose. Overflowing with pheromones. Mikoto watched her cleanliness, but still the smell from this place excited any man. Naruto opened his eyes and saw his mother's pussy. Not confused, Naruto began to bring his face closer to the womb. Mikoto thought to himself that this was a victory. Naruto took his mother's hand and slightly lowered her panties. Now the view was complete. Tilting his head so that his lips would look at his mother's pussy. Naruto exhaled languidly. Just breathing there made Mikoto feel hot and cold. Especially when his face was so close. Naruto was getting closer and when there was about a centimeter left. He stopped. A second and Naruto seems to be kissing them. Mikoto had such a long and gentle kiss there for the first time. The girl breathed out a little. Naruto opened his mouth slightly and thereby pushing aside the labia and sticking out his tongue. I tasted it. Uchiha has already flowed and the pleasure was maximum. Mikoto herself was shocked how she could flow from such a thing. Naruto abruptly gained distance and this time kissed Mikoto's hand that was holding her panties and took hold of her with his hand. As if saying let go. Mikoto thought he was going to undress her now. But then he just picked them up again. Taking the other hand, Naruto also kissed her. Again the hand was removed and the dress again covered the white underwear. Naruto stroking rose to the level of his mother's head and approached her ear. Of course I knew that I was born from such a beautiful womb. But I didn't expect it to be really beautiful and delicious. You're beautiful. How? Am I not worthy? Don't you want me? I'm too old, Mikoto said softly. Love is worthy, but I am not worthy to enter there. I want you to be my exorbitant fruit number 1, you stopped aging at the age of 20. Naruto still said in Mikoto's ear, do you love me as a girl? I understood correctly, Mikoto said with some joy because she wanted to hear these words so much. Mikoto Uchiha is a beautiful name that I have to clean from the dirt of Danzo. He dared to take your eyes. He deserves to die, Naruto said. One night and you leave, son. Mikoto said well, good, and answer my question. Do you love me as a mother or a girl? For me it is very important. I love you like. The street was unusually quiet now. The moon illuminated forests and fields showing the beauty of nature in all its glory. And it was quiet in Uchiha's house right now. After Mikoto's question, Naruto didn't know how to answer. You've been silent all evening, son, tell me who I am for you? Mikoto said, I love you like a mother. Naruto said now he was not ready for the truth. Mikoto said clearly, lowering her head, she was disappointed. After all, I was waiting for another answer. Mikoto approached her lying son and sat down on him first from above and then completely lay down on him, lowering his head to the side of his son's head. Naruto was shocked by his mother's position on him. But he didn't want to separate her from himself, and hugged his mother tighter. And now the night has passed. For the whole night, that Mikoto didn't even fall asleep. They snuggled closer to each other, remembering even the smell of each other. Naruto felt Mikoto's body completely relax, which meant she fell asleep. After kissing her on the cheek and admiring her a little, Naruto created a clone and was replaced by him. Having collected his weapons and tied up the water on the way, he set off on his way. Meanwhile, Konoha resembled the place where several armies collided. Although it looked more like a huge pit created by a tailed bomb. Outside the village, tents with the wounded were placed near its walls. Everyone had one thing on their lips: Menma Uzumaki was able to defeat Pain, the head of the organization. This kid who was not needed by anyone as everyone thought. Everyone considered him a monster and a non-entity. But then the attacks and beatings decreased after the ANBU started working normally. Besides, he had good friends like Uchi. Mikoto Uchiha, who ate the entire bald spot at the time for the attacks, was finally able to reduce the fallout of residents. Menma was incredibly open, bringing everyone close to him. He never forgot the one who carved him out of the darkness and gave him a path along which he found many friends. Now he was walking with his team Sai and Sakura, and two people came out on their way. Judging by the bandages from Kyumo, "Hey, you guys, do you know Naruto?" Uchiha asked the red-haired one. Menma asked. His first childhood friend. He will never turn it in. Naruto also interested him there. His coldness and a certain detachment from the world. Menma couldn't explain it to himself. Yes, that he was noticed as a kidnapper. He pahatl Bai-sama for him, "We will cut him into pieces, try it," Menma said a second, and he is next to the speaker and strikes a blow that hits the katana. Here is a blow from the side that hit the side of Uzumaki, who did not recover at all after the battle. "Hey, what are you doing here?" said a girl with a big bust. They understood, they said, and left with a proud head. "It's like we won a battle, so you are Menma Uzumaki," said Samui. "Well, that's what Menma said." Sai and Sakura still couldn't figure it out. Why is he chasing him? Well, it's not worth attacking people from another country. Konoha is already weak. If a war starts, you will fall immediately. Next time you shouldn't do that, Samui said and hurried away. "Well," Menma said, seeing how the old wound opened in his side and his shirt turned red. "Come on, I told you Balbets, don't be harsh," Sakura said, hitting him on the head and dragging him behind her. Already in Palatka, Menma lay down and thought. As someone came in, "Yo Menma, why are you starting a war there?" said Kakashi. "You really shouldn't have said that to Yamato. You don't want to tell me anything," Menma said, suddenly sad and becoming unusually serious. "What are you talking about?" Menma asked Kakashi. "Who are my parents?" "We already told Menma they died when attacked by a fox," Kakashi said, "now that I know my father's name." "I think my question is not correct," Menma said as the Hunins asked in shock, "when Biju almost captured my consciousness." Here is Menma in the fight with Pain, in which he was able to destroy 5 bodies. Chained to the ground with pins. Sakura appears here and dies before his eyes in an attempt to protect him. As a result, Menma breaks down and Biju captures his mind. When the 8th tale came out, Menma appeared in a room so familiar to him. It was his subconscious. Pipes are everywhere, they were knocked out at moments. Water was flowing out of them. There was water on the floor that reached to his knees. A huge cage in front in which Biju was sitting. Break the seals, let me destroy everything, the fox said. Menma's eyes turned red and he flew up to the seal. At that moment, his jacket unbuttoned and a black incomprehensible liquid came out of the seal. Menma touched the seal and was about to tear it when someone grabbed it. Don't be Menma, said a strange voice. The fourth, but what are you doing here, was shocked by Menma. The fourth ska, come here, I'll tear the fuck up, the fox shouted because he was one step away from freedom. I didn't want to see you at all, a fox cub, but then Minato said this looking at his son who was all battered. How do you know my name, Minato-sama, said Menma. From the words of Sama, it hurt Minato's soul. Well, how can I not know the name? I gave it to you, Minato said, smiling like Menma himself. The fourth fox shouted at the top of his voice. That's howled, said Minato looking at his son who started crying. A second and they are already in another room. Minato waited for the blow and the screams. But then Menma came close and just hugged Minato. Father, son, you've grown a lot. How old are you already? Whimper 16, come on, son, let's not cry. Father, why did you seal Biju in me? Menma asked. I couldn't help it. Son, no one could withstand his chakras. Only Uzumaki can restrain him, Minato said. If it wasn't for Mikoto, Jiraiya, Irika, I would never have understood the concept of friendship and love, Menma shouted because he didn't like such an argument. I know, I saw everything, said the fourth, scene. So you know about death, Jirai-sensei? Yes. Father, who was my mother? asked Menma. Minato smiled broadly and then visibly saddened, remembering the blows of his wife more than once flying on his head. Kushina Uzumaki, I think you have a lot of questions, but we don't have much time, Minato said. I understand, father. Do you think I can find peace like the perverted hermit said? Will I be able to answer Pain's question? Perverted hermit, hahaha, suitable name for sensei, however. I think so. After all, you are his disciple. Here I will restore the seal, but this is the last time, and yes, give thanks to Mikoto from me, Minato said. Well, she's dead, Menma said, but already into the void because the fourth disappeared. That's what Kakashi said. The third one was hiding something in order to protect you from your father's enemies. Menma, don't get him wrong, Kakashi said. Yes, I'm not angry. Yet I had a man who loved me and carved me out of darkness, Menma said, remembering the image of Mikoto. Then he took out Jiraiya's book and flipped to page 150 and looked at her photo with him. He still remembers he was alone near the academy when Mikoto called him and put him next to her. And he felt better, so that's who she is, Kakashi said after looking closely and recognizing Mikoto. But if the fourth said to tell her the words, does it mean that she is alive? Asked Yamato. Maybe it's Edo Tensei in a different way than Kakashi said. Damn, her soul is in this world and they don't let her go. I want to find her, Menma said. Menma, I have bad news, said Sai. What happened? Yamato asked. Danzo became the sixth Hokage and now you have no way to go outside the village, said Sai. Damn, Menma said and clenched his fist. But why is the fifth still alive? Asked Kakashi. She's not capable of leading the village forward. That's all I can say. Naruto watched the village from above, crouching near the ledge above Kage's heads. Only one person was important to him. Danzo. So where did you say? Naruto looking and scanning the village. And here he comes into what kind of tent? Quickly jumping off the rocks and reaching Naruto began to listen. So the council is good, we will be there, Danzo said. So you are now the sixth? asked Samui. Exactly. Well, let's go, Danzo said. Advice what all this means, thought Naruto. Not thinking of anything better, Naruto went into the tent and saw girls talking there. Recognizing the one who is boring by voice, he sent her to the world of Kamui. Sakura was shocked and looked away. You. Sakura was crawling back. I'm so scary or something, and the pink-haired one said. Naruto, current one so called her so. But he was unrecognizable. A second and he also goes somewhere. Who the hell are you? Asked Ko Samui to Naruto coming out of the darkness. Oh, where are you? The girl asked. What else by? Said Naruto without understanding what he was talking about. You pahuddle him, we will find and kill you, said Samui. I'm a fucking fool, your by didn't give up and then I ask questions, Naruto said and quickly approaching prescribed a blow with the right to the jaw and another blow, slightly crouching down, making a turn around. A blow with the left right into the stomach of a girl who was shocked by the speed and flew off into the distance. The girl rubbed the bullets a little, clearly not understanding who she contacted. Naruto is next to me again and the girls are already on top. A kick from the foot directly into the head knocks the girl down. Ko Samui tries to start folding the seals, but does not see Naruto. Meanwhile, he was in the back. Kyukan no Jutsu, soul absorption technique, is a ninjutsu that can be used only if there is a Rinnegan. When using this technique, the user puts his hand on the body of his victim, and then takes his soul. After that, the victim dies. When extracting the soul, this technique allows the user to find out the necessary information known to the victim. The soul is already visible and Ko Samui feels that she is leaving her body. One more second and the body remains embedded in the ground. Naruto looked through the information that Ko Samui owned. Clearly, so Danzo will go to the meeting of the 5 Kage. On the road, Kage is usually accompanied by 2 of the best bodyguards. Well, that's where we'll attack, Naruto thought. And leaving the body there, he left the Kamui dimension. Naruto once again found himself on the Hokage rock. And I looked around the village and noticed there was a lot of excitement and a bag. Everywhere everyone was running around looking for someone. Naruto moved back to the Kamui dimension and took the girl's body there. Went back. Standing on top, he began to fold the seals. Trees grew out of the ground and formed a cross. It was there that Naruto fixed Ko Samui with pins that stuck out all over the girl's body and wrote, "Greetings from Akatsuki," there. Naruto stood near the village gate and watched. As a man appeared near him whom he did not expect, "Cho, it is necessary," said Naruto without even turning in the direction of the person. "Answers to my questions. Did I tell you something?" Naruto was obviously rude. "It's not good to substitute others," said an unknown person who rested against a tree, who would say, "To frame me through a clone of Zetsu. Well, you know, I don't want you to live in peace, Day and Cho then. Come on to us, you are still the target of many countries. No, I'll kill you all later. Now I have another goal. You are so confident in yourself. You know I have strong allies." Dead Orochimaru with Kabuto and Edo Tensei still want to say something. "I don't know how you know this, but I have Mikoto. Ahaha, there is such a barrier that even Uchiha Madara will not pass, and yet you are not his son for nothing. Let's create a normal world without wars. Take Mikoto with you. Come on to us. I don't have a great world with her anyway." "Well, look, I'm always ready to receive you," the masochist said and left. "And here you are," Naruto said and began to hide his chakra. The path of Danzo and 2 of his entourage was, so to speak, not easy. During the journey, the head of the route was attacked more than once, which he personally beat off. Whether it was entertainment or training is not clear. Here's another attack. "Sam and you go look for a place to rest," Danzo said, opening Shursui-'s eye. 2 close associates began to look for a place as they spotted a powerful chakra on the side. When they arrived at the place, they found a man who was sitting and watching the waterfall. "Who are you?" asked one of the bodyguards. "I am your death," Naruto said and showed his face from the shadow of the trees. "Naruto Uchiha means don't you dare not underestimate us," another bodyguard who has now taken off his outer clothes has already said. His body was covered with an unusual color, namely purple. He was from the Aburame clan and skillfully controlled his poisonous bugs. Naruto immediately realized that a hand, hand battle would be useless because of Aburame's unknown technique. But he was not allowed to think further by another who attacked with Tanto in close combat. A vertical kick from top to bottom, which Naruto easily misses, and then a kick from the foot that hit the block. The blow is already in response to the head, but even here it is a miss. Naruto strikes in the side, which fell right on the target. Again, a blow directly into the opponent's blowhole, and again a blow to the head, and then a blow to the jaw from the leg. The speed was huge and all the blocks were useless, they were too slow. Only a couple of seconds were missing to either leave or put a block. But then and it turned out to be a clone. Here Ambu is already being attacked from two sides. Shinra Tensei, Divine Conquest of Heaven, allows the user to repel objects from any distance. Both rivals flew away and punched through the trees. They were surprised because the same technique was used by Pain. No one had any information about Naruto. Again, the Anbu get up and approach Naruto, and one has already touched and the second pierced Naruto, that's all Aburame said. But it was an eye technique and now they both killed each other. Well, how Aburame shouted because his friend's Tanto was sticking right out of his lungs, he already felt cold. What shouted the second one, because now he was covered with the poison of beetles. I expected more, Naruto said when both Anbu fell to the ground and died from their own blows. Now you understand why you shouldn't mess with Kage, Danzo said, appearing next to Naruto and looking him in the face. Yes, what are you saying? Which one of you? Kage then said Naruto. Now you understand, Danzo said, and untied his hand and then took off the weights there that hid the chakra. How many did you kill Uchi for their sake? Scum, said Naruto in anger, and then a Susanoo first level skeleton formed near him. Susanoo, what Danzo thought, and was taken by the hand of war, which crushed him in the blink of an eye. Danzo reappeared from behind whole and unharmed, putting the kunai in front of him. He ran to Susanoo's slope. A second and he's next, and trying to hurt Naruto from behind. Well, as expected, really not breakable. The blow is war, and again Danzo is smeared on the ground. The impact shook the ground and everything around. The dust rose up, hiding everything from below. Danzo appeared at the top of the waterfall and began to examine the enemy as he hears from below, Anton, Susanoo Kagutsuchi, the release of the flame, the one who is able to help by all means and an additional tool of the earthly lord, Antoninjutsu Uchiha Naruto, for the use of which the activation of Susanoo is necessary. First, Naruto creates a flame projectile and gives it the shape of an arrow. He then shoots her with his bow at the opponent, who burns in the flames of Amaterasu. Danzo was shocked by the speed of the technique and the terrible flame from which his body burned in seconds. In the end, Danzo appeared next to Naruto. Futon, Shinku Gyoku, releasing the wind, vacuum stones, Futoninjutsu Shimura Danzo. After forming certain hand seals, Danzo inhales deeply and emits vacuum projectiles from his mouth. With multiple opponents, Danzo spins when using the technique and increases the range of action. Due to the multitude of projectiles and their accuracy, it is almost impossible to dodge this technique. Naruto didn't even take a step back because his second-level Susanoo can safely withstand a hail of such techniques. The collision of equipment with Susanoo's armor and an explosion occurs from which dust has risen again. Naruto said to Amaterasu, and blood came out of his eyes. Danzo caught fire and died again, another eye closed. Naruto dismissed Susanoo and climbed the waterfall himself on the opposite ledge. And just at that moment, Danzo appeared on the other side. The eye technique of the Uchiha Izanagi clan is a technique of the Uchiha clan, with which the user can prevent his own death by sacrificing one Sharingan that goes blind forever, Naruto said. I'm not surprised you know about it. After all, you were considered a genius of a completely different level than even Shisui and Itachi and even the fourth I was hoping you'd choose the right path, Danzo said. What a fucking way. What are you talking about? As if he's capable of defeating me. If you want to use Shusui's eyes, I'm afraid it won't work because I have my trump card against it, Naruto said. If the technique of these eyes is used on him, then a raven will come out of him, which will return everything to him again. We'll see about that, Danzo said. Stupid old man, you can compare with me, Naruto said and began to fold the seals. Mokuton, Kajakai Korin, the release of wood, the coming of the world of flowering trees, is a Mokuton technique in which the user creates many flowering trees. As soon as the flowers open, toxic pollen is released from them. After the enemy inhales this pollen, he immediately loses consciousness. What is the first technique to get away from here? But where did Danzo think how he got hit with his foot and landed right in the center and inhaled the smell of flowers? Kuroibo, black rod, chakra receivers created using an unknown Rinnegan technique. And a pin came out of Naruto's hand, which he charged with fire and threw into Danzo's body. The pin pierced through Danzo's head. Danzo reappeared right in the middle of the forest. But this time he was breathing, Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning technique, said Danzo, and a huge elephant appeared, which began to suck in all the pollen that was being shed. Not a simple old man, however. Kato, Goka Meshitsu, the release of fire, the great fiery destruction, the technique got right at the call, which began to absorb pollen along with fire. The appeal was dispelled. Danzo was already approaching Naruto. Futon, Shinkajin, wind release, vacuum blade, Shimura Danzo's futon technique, in which he exhales the wind chakra onto the weapon, increasing its sharpness, range and lethality. Danzo struck blow after blow, but they all missed the target. Naruto had no trouble dodging them. Rinnegan saw these movements. Taking the chakra receiver, he stuck it right into Danzo's side during one of the exchanges. Danzo clutched his stomach and tried to retreat, spitting blood. Naruto caught up with him for a jump. At this moment Danzo put the wind blade in front of him. Naruto contrived to easily go down, and at one point 2 pins pierced Danzo's body in 2 places and his lifeless body fell. Danzo is back again and folds the seals for the equipment: futon, shinku renpa, wind release, rapid vacuum fire, futoninjutsu, in which the user takes a deep breath and then releases air in the form of vacuum blades. Fujitsu Kyuin, blocking absorption seal technique. With this technique, the user can absorb ninjutsu. The entire stream was absorbed and the technique became useless. Danzo began to realize that there was no sense of victory here, and besides, any ninjutsu does not work. In any case, close combat is not in his favor. So there are still few eyes left. And death at his hands did not please Danzo. What do you want, Naruto? Revenge for the mother, said Naruto. So it means Itachi told everything. What a Bolton he is. Duck also betrayed the village, Danzo said. I don't care about your opinion, old man. Give me your life, Naruto said. You probably didn't know, but your mother was a bitch. In the village, that's what Fugaku told Danzo. Bansho Tenin, heavenly attraction of all objects, is a technique similar to Shinra Tensei, but with its help you can attract objects to yourself. This is exactly what Danzo wanted: an opponent who lost his temper, an easy target. Here Danzo is next, and Naruto grabbed him by the throat and with his other hand pierced his heart. Jigo Jibaka no In, seal your own curse, is a Danzo technique similar to Zeka Kenzetsu no Jutsu. Danzo secretly places a seal on the opponent's body, after which it spreads through his body. The appearance of the seal is followed by the paralysis of the opponent. It was this mark that appeared on Naruto's body, forcing him to fall into a stupor. Yes, Naruto Uchiha turned out to be easy to annoy you with just one reminder of her, Danzo said. appearing next to her and taking out a kunai. Fugaku really said that, I'll tell you. He didn't appreciate his wife. Surprisingly, they still wanted to put him in the Hokage. I think he would be a tyrant even more. Naruto Uchiha that, your end said Danzo, Susanoo and the warrior who appeared protected Naruto and destroyed the seal. And then he cut Danzo who was in flight. Yasaka no Magatama, bent jewel of the 8 slopes, ninjutsu Uchiha Itachi and Madara. At the same time, the user creates a weapon consisting of something similar to volumes connected by an energy string. The user can throw it with his Susanoo. The technique began to expect only the appearance of Danzo, and here he appeared at the bottom. Naruto directed the attack in his direction. The attack was very fast and flew straight at the head of the root. Jihatsu ki kuchios, spontaneous summoning of a tree, is a technique used at the last gasp, which does not require manual seals. Using his own cells as the starting material, Danzo creates a tree from his body using a large amount of chakra. The attack broke through the tree and cut it down, but Danzo himself remained unharmed and lost his arm. And even more so, his hand became useless since all eyes were closed. Naruto landed near an old man who was breathing and crawling somewhere. Uchiha walked slowly in order to finish off his victim. Danzo, you can hide from me, accept your death, Naruto said in a jump, being in front of the head of the root. You are a threat to Konoha as a true Kage. I will protect my village, Danzo said. Hurrah for Shosho Fuinjutsu, reverse tetrahedral seal, Fuinjutsu Shimura Danzo, based on Shosho Fuin. At the same time, 4 seals appear from the body, which move away from the body by a certain distance. Then a black liquid comes out of the body, from which a large black ball is formed and seals everything inside the ball into itself. The user dies after use. It sounded from Danzo. Naruto used Kamui and easily walked away from the sphere. When Naruto reappeared, Danzo was gone. Only Kage's hat remained lying on the ground near his staff. What Naruto wanted so much all these years has happened. And now the masochist is waiting for me, Naruto thought, leaving in an unknown direction with a Kage hat. A large room. Inscriptions with the names of 5 great countries hung from above. The Kage of the 5 great villages were present at the table. Besides, the head of the samurai was sitting with them on whose land the meeting was now taking place. Since it was an independent territory, so today we are gathered here at the request of the 4th Raikage, the head of the samurai Mifune said. Glad you came, gentlemen. I think so. We need to unite and destroy the Akatsuki. They taking Biju away from us, it won't necessarily lead to war, Hei said. Then there was only a scratch on the topic of who would lead them all. The first contender was Danzo. The second Gaara. The majority, like Gaara himself, decided to vote for Danzo. But here, Danzo-sama, open your blindfold to us, Ao said, thinking that there is clearly some kind of Dojutsu hidden there. Although he didn't see him with his Byakugan. But with all his heart he didn't want to be under Danzo. I can now decide the fate of the fog in a second. It seems you've forgotten who has the Biju left, Danzo said. But despite the words, he untied the bandage in which there was an ordinary eye. Recently transplanted, did not want to show, said Danzo. I see. This is just a test, said Mei, who was seriously scared of this evil old man. No one realized that Naruto and not Danzo were with them now. After such a moment, a masochist appeared and offered to give Biju in return. He would give peace in dreams. Everyone refused him. Then he declared war and left. The council dispersed after discussing further plans. When everyone had already left, the speakers came to everyone. Who told them that Danzo was killed along with his bodyguards near a waterfall in the Land of Fire. And the fact that he never reached the council. Because of this incident, everyone had a question about who it was, who could fool them all? Naruto was just curious, and besides, he laughed at them all the time during the council. Now Uchiha was walking home back to his mother. War is coming soon and, apparently, without his participation, the world will plunge into eternal sleep. Naruto didn't want that. Naruto has already crossed the border between Konoha and the Land of Waves. And he walked closer and closer to his house. When he went home, he did not find Mikoto. He was alerted by this, but quickly approached the back entrance to the house which led to the garden. Opening the door there, he found Mikoto. It was sunset in the courtyard. The moon will replace the sun very soon. So Mikoto came out to water her flowers and so on. There has been absolutely no information from my son for a week now. With every second she was getting worse in her soul. After all, she let him go, didn't stop him. Mikoto ate poorly and became increasingly angry with herself. She would have liked to get out and run after him, but the barrier did not give this opportunity. But, the fact that the barrier was standing meant that Naruto was still alive. This gave Mikoto hope. Naruto walked up to Mikoto and hugged his mother from behind. And he kissed her gently on the cheek. "Mom, I'm back," Naruto said right in the girl's ear. "Son," Mikoto said softly and dropped her watering can. But Naruto caught her. And coming out in front of the girl was on his knees in front of her. Taking a bouquet of flowers from the seal, he put it in front of him. "Mom, I'm sorry I made you worry. I also bought a cake here, maybe for tea," Naruto said without raising his head, afraid to see anger there. Mikoto, who had previously held her hands on her chest near her heart, rushed into his arms after her son's words. How could she not forgive him? The one who has been giving her happiness for more than 2 years. He kept his promises, and judging by his actions, he was not going to back down. "Naruto, please, at least in the morning don't leave me alone in bed because it reminds me of a bad past," Mikoto said. "I understood that, Mom, but if I left during the day, then you would have followed me," Naruto said. "I'm strong, I could help you," Mikoto said. Naruto smiled and picked up his mother. And carried her home. Mikoto hugged her son and lay in his arms. She felt so warm in her soul right now. Going home, Naruto created a clone who went to make tea. And he went with Mikoto to the hall where they were sitting waiting for everything to be ready. Naruto stroked Mikoto's back and hair. She was in the arms of a man of dreams. But Naruto had a hard time in his soul. Society will never understand them. Their love. In particular, bad looks will go to the mother. He himself will not care, and her vulnerable soul will be tight. His love against not bringing the whole world may not save her. This upset Naruto. He doesn't want to upset her. She is worthy of love and warmth. Naruto hugged his mother from such thoughts alone, giving a new wave of warmth. Uchiha finally realized that he would never find love more than her. And he won't even look for her. Besides Mikoto, he doesn't need anyone. "Mom, I have some bad news here," Naruto said. "What happened?" "Tell me right away, son, I'll understand," said Mikoto, who was now lying with her head on her son's head stroking her beloved child. "There will be a war soon. And without me, Toka, don't say that they can do it without you," Mikoto said, afraid of further words. "This is a war of 5 countries against a common enemy in the form of Akatsuki. If the alliance loses, the world will kneel before Akatsuki. Well, can 5 countries do something to oppose them?" asked Mikoto. "It's hard to oppose anything against the resurrected," Naruto said. "Son, I don't want to let you go. But I will support you in your decision this time. I don't want you to think that I'm going against you everywhere," Mikoto said. "I will never think about it, because you mean a lot to me, as well as your word," said Naruto. "It's been a month alliance. The united army withstood one day and were able to win their victories. And all thanks to Menma, who was able to subdue the power of the nine-tailed. Menma, with Bai's support, was already able to knock the nine-tailed man on his back and, taking his chakra, began to pull his chakra. Biju decided not to even resist, because with his chakra, his conscience also passes to people. You can, ahaha, screamed Biju, seeing as his evil chakra began to absorb Menma. And in reality, half of Menma's body turned into the appearance of a nine-tailed one. If this continues, I will stop it, Yamato said, preparing the seal. Wait, B said. Menma found himself in an incomprehensible place and opening his eyes saw a red-haired girl in no other way. She was beautiful with long red hair and purple eyes looking straight into the soul. She was dressed at home. A green sleeveless sundress with a white blouse with a zipper. Are you a fox fooling me, a flea-bitten asshole, shouted Menma, ahahaha Biju, so no one has insulted me yet, so also a flea-ridden Kushina came up and hit her son on the head. Databane, shouted the girl. What Databane? Menma thought, yes, I say that sometimes you know strange words, said Kushina. Databeo fox, you take me for an idiot, Menma said. And again he received a blow to the head, this time with a frying pan that she had carved out of the seal. Databeo means and you have this from me, Kushina said. What? So you're Kushina Uzumaki? Oh, so Minato said my name. Kushina finished as her son hugged her. Mom whimper, I've always wanted to meet you, said Menma. Well, my son, don't cry. You should know how I dreamed of meeting you, Mom. I have a lot of things to tell you. Yeah, I'm ready to listen, son, the girl said, sitting down and looking intently at her son. So that's how Kushina said after her son's story. Well, that's how Menma said it. You know, son, I'll tell you, so I'm a bad friend. And a bad mother. Why? After getting into that world and looking at life from a different angle, I found out how my friend lived. How she suffered and how blind I was. I never asked her about her life. She suffered from her husband. I suffered and didn't tell anyone. When I fell under someone's cuffs, she helped me out by beating them off from me and then we finished them off together. In such times we were the strongest commandos. Well, even there I didn't know about her problems. Watching her for her pain every day, I felt sorry for her. When she was killed by her own son and the second Pocatelli. Even in that world I couldn't be with her, I don't know why, because we were friends. It was as if the wall wouldn't let me through to her. On which was written, blindness of the soul. And the mother is bad because your life would be just hell if it weren't for her. I let Beej get out of me and then they sealed him in you, Mom. My father told me that I would tell her thank you. What does it all mean? Asked Menma. She's alive, son, because she's not in that world. And I'll tell you, she's happier now than ever. If you meet her, tell her thank you. And apologize on my behalf. And now let's defeat this little fox. Menma was in shock. But I didn't decide not to ask anymore and went to do my job. Menma was all over the battlefield helping his clones everywhere. It was with his arrival that the alliance began to bear less losses and perked up. Menma became their savior. Naruto, meanwhile, was running through the forest in search of those who could control the army of the resurrected. As I saw a shinobi in red robes and Sharingan in his eyes above my head. Naruto reacted quickly and followed Itachi, who turned around and attacked him. Itachi, you said it to Naruto while repelling the attack. Yes, I am subordinate to Kabuto and Orochimaru, Itachi says sharply, making another lunge. Itachi gets closer and strikes with his foot, which hits Naruto's raised hand during the attack. Again the shock of the current, this time from the hand, and again the Naruto block. Itachi took his foot away and whirled into Naruto, from which he flew away. Naruto, what's wrong with you? I'm already dead, don't feel sorry for me, Itachi said. Naruto landed on his feet and looked at his brother. in whose eyes the manjaku lit up and he began to fly away like crows. Damn it, developed Naruto said, and since his chakra and eyes were much stronger, he was able to get away from one of the strongest gendas of his brother. Itachi activates Susanoo, but to the surprise of Orochimaru and Kabuto, he had no artifacts. Why they didn't know themselves. And everything is simple. Just before his death, Itachi gave them to Naruto. Naruto suggested that if he showed the artifacts right away, Itachi would probably leave or something else. It was supposed to be the effect of not being expected. Mokutan, Makujin no Jutsu, the release of wood, the technique of the tree man, Mokutan Jutsu by Senju Hashirama, in which he creates a humanoid creature from wood. The tree man instantly appeared next to Susanoo and everyone crowded into each other. Susanoo grew 2 more arms and threw the golem away. Mokutan, Mokuryu no Jutsu, would release, would dragon technique, said Naruto, and the dragon wrapped around the golem's neck with a jerk broke into Itachi's armor. Because of the clash of the giants, dust rose everywhere. Kato, Gokakyu no Jutsu, releasing fire, a powerful fireball technique, Itachi said and directed it at the tree dragon. The tree dragon twisted so much that the ball flew away. Susanoo's hands took hold of the dragon and began to rotate it 360 degrees along with the tree man. Naruto realized that Itachi was more loaded with a golem than them, and having created a clone right while they were being twisted, he was replaced. A second and Susanoo throws back what he was holding. Even after this, the tree man became. And again the clash of the titans. At one point, from an unknown side, it sounded, Bansho Tenin, heavenly attraction of all objects, is a technique similar to Shinra Tensei, but with its help you can attract objects to yourself. Itachi flew out from under Susanoo and in flight he is pierced by Tatsuka's blade. The smile itself came out somehow from him. Itachi, do you have the coordinates where Orochimaru and Kabuto are? Move over there, Itachi said, pointing Naruto's way straight into the mountains. After sealing, Naruto dispelled the clone and techniques and ran to Kabuto and Orochimaru. Naruto is already in the cave and feels some kind of barrier, and behind him at least 2 chakras were very powerful. Naruto creates an incomplete Susanoo and breaks through the wall. Naruto-kun, why didn't you knock? Hissed Orochimaru, who clearly didn't look like a dead one. Indeed, we thought you said Kabuto for us. Judging by your chakras, you are quite strong opponents. After that, Orochimaru activated the Sharingan. Naruto asked from where, taking a step back, had a test subject, which was actually given to me manually by my parents. She was sick, I cured her, but she had a virus inside that devoured the souls of other people. I absorbed it and now here it is, I am now the strongest. Naruto printed out a raven in whose eye was Shusui's eye, and unfortunately for Orochimaru, he looked there. Whether you own a Sharingan or not, you can resist it. Naruto completely erased Orochimaru's identity and recreated it from scratch. Although now he looked more like a slave than any other person. He cut off all his desires, dreams and goals, destroyed a lot. Kabuto stood in ignorance of what was going on and waited for answers. Suddenly, Orochimaru closed his eyes and stood up in a stupor. What did you do? Asked Kabuto, a little in shock. Since it is very difficult to control numerous armies of the dead without Orochimaru. Also Madara, who is also fighting now. Senpo, Hakageki no Jutsu, the Hermit's Method, the Great White Technique, Yakushi Kabuto Senjutsu, which he uses in Sennin Modo. With this technique, the user summons a huge red dragon from his mouth. After that, the dragon curls around the ball in its paw. Then the ball begins to emit light strong enough to blind the opponent, stun him and cause overwhelming pain. The technique was very powerful. Naruto still fell under his action. To protect himself, he created Susanoo around himself and put Yada no Kagami in front of him. Kabuto tried to approach and make a blow as he hit the shield with all his might and flew back. Still, an artifact is an artifact. Naruto created a clone nearby and raised his hand so in his direction, Kaiwan no Haya, fire arrow of the mysterious hand. With this technique, the user shoots rocket-like projectiles from his body at enemies sounded from Naruto. The clone reacted instantly, turning his hand into a mechanical weapon. A volley of missiles in huge numbers from everything that was destroyed the entire cave and even light was visible from the ceiling. The attack was very strong. Naruto dispelled the clone and began to wait for the enemy. Kabuto, though, knew that Naruto would dominate, but not on the stock. At one point, Orochimaru appears in front of Kabuto, who looked into his eyes and applied the eye technique. Izanami is the ultimate dojutsu of the Uchiha clan. After activating the technique, the victim falls into genjutsu, in which she has to relive the already occurred period of time over and over again, while in the real world she stands motionless. Even if the victim is aware of this, she will not be able to do anything against Izanami. Good job Orochimaru. Of course now you re without eyes, then you'll find more ordinary ones, Naruto said. Yes, the owner told Orochimaru. I would never have thought that. It sounds really disgusting from your mouth, Naruto said. Dispel the technique of Edo Tensei said Naruto, and Kabuto began to fold the seals, ending the effect of the techniques. There are still worthy shinobi in this world. But give the one who used this technique. Matches for children are not toys. Edo Tensei develop, Madara said, cutting off the connection between him and Kabuto. Orochimaru means you could even find out how to carve souls out of Shinigami's belly, asked Naruto. Yes, it is. But at the same time, I can die myself, Orochimaru said. Okay, now we'll find a couple of Zetsu clones and let us go, Naruto said, jumping out of the cave towards the victims. An hour later, Naruto stood and looked at the four resurrected Kage. Who are you, brat, said Tobirama. He was in his spirit. Naruto Uchiha, why did you resurrect us? Let us find out, Hashirama asked. There is a war on the eve of the life of the whole world. If we lose, the world will be eternal dreams. I somehow don't want this, you know. I thought you would help against the resurrected Madara, Naruto said with a smile on his face. War again, damn it, Tobirama said. You told Orochimaru this while being in shock. I'm afraid he won't tell you anything herself. He's just a servant in my hands, Naruto said. Naruto, I see you've grown up. I only remember you when you were very young in Mikoto's arms, Minato said. Still, he was glad that he had been carved out of the Shinigami's belly. In case of his release, he would be able to see his wife and sensei. The fourth, I know that you were friends with Fugaku Uchiha, said Naruto. Well, yes. A good man was, said Minato. He's a scum and a scumbag. I don't respect you for that. Naruto said, well, he's your father. Why did you say that? And Minato was just in shock. He raped my mother throughout her entire life, made her suffer and cry. But no one noticed her pain. And you are called a friend of my family? Naruto asked, and a strong aura was leaving everywhere, which broke walls and ceilings. Naruto, I assumed it when I noticed henge on her. Minato said he was upset in his friend. Well, that's not what Naruto said right now. Indeed, you Uchiha are all strange, Tobirama said. Who would say, the one who spent his whole life visiting our clan was in love with a girl from this clan? Naruto said. Although he actually assumed it, but judging by his face, he realized that he was right, and the third one was shocked. Brother, you serious? I'm so happy for you, Hashirama said, yet he was still a sucker. But a very strong simpleton. Go ahead, Hokage is not up to it now, Tobirama said. Hokage, along with Naruto, set out on their way. Meanwhile, the 10-tailed was born on the battlefield. He had already destroyed the Alliance base and was now settling in them. Menma was already noticeably battered by the fight and was without his regime, since he recently fought with Masaknik and Tailed. And besides, The clones all over the battlefield have exhausted it. The bomb is already flying and the walls of the earth built by the Alliance like houses of cards were collapsing from the power of technology. Now the last wall and the bomb disappeared somewhere. Get ready for a rush, the fourth said abruptly appearing near his kunai. The boom explosion was somewhere in the sea, but even at the same time the wave reached them. And I was able to wash away a couple dozen people. Minato, and you are fast as always, said the third appearing on the battlefield, even faster than me. You teleport commendably, Tobirama said. And here we are, Hashirama said. The Alliance loudly shouted the names of the Kage who came to their aid. Many were surprised by their arrival, and the fact that they did not attack them meant that they were for them. Madara has long spotted his friend and jumped to meet him. I've been waiting for you, Hashirama yelled. Madara, I'll deal with you later, first this one, said Hashirama. Madara's face was distorted with pain. No one had ever insulted him like that. Dad, you came after all, Menma said. Yes, son, now your friend will come, Minato said, and just in time. Naruto was in no hurry to join the Alliance. He killed no matter how Kage. Also the nuke of the whole world. But most of all he wanted to see Madara. He overcame the way for a jump, standing behind Madara. Dad, you've arranged something here. You didn't even invite me. It's a shame, you know, Naruto said. He has now shocked the entire Alliance. They stood in a stupor. Did he call him his father? They are really similar. What? Yes, even the Kage were amazed. Especially Harem. I see you didn't waste time in vain during your lifetime, Hashirama shouted to his old friend, jumping towards the 10-tailed one. Madara is already tired of being knocked out of the Kolia so hard twice. The Shinobi god turned to the one behind him and looked into his eyes. The Rinnegan seemed to give away the waves of chakra that spread everywhere. Madara looked at Naruto with long black hair that looked like him. But they shone blue. It was from Mikoto. His facial features, and only his mother's sharp eyes distinguished him. The young man who looked at the Shinobi god without fear had been waiting for this meeting for a long time. I didn't think we'd be on opposite sides, son. Madara said, taking out a gunbai and a scythe. The world can be really unfair, I'll tell you. I've been preparing for this meeting all my life, Naruto said. You can win, I'm stronger than you, Madara said. We'll see about that, Naruto said. Naruto and Madara's eyes collided. They made jerks towards each other, as a result of which Naruto flew off his feet into Madara's gunbai, who barely held the weapon in his hands. Naruto landed on his hands and jumped a little, so as not to be cut by the scythe. In flight, turning around again, Naruto flew into Madara from the right foot, who substituted a scythe in the side of the blow. Naruto, using the positions and openness of the other side, charged into the open area of Madara, who was waiting for this outburst and reacted by exposing gunbai there. Naruto took two kunai in his hands and made a vertical strike from this position, aiming at the head. Madara dodged and kicked Naruto in the stomach, from which he flew into the rock and broke it with a crash. Madara jumped where Naruto landed, flying from his foot into his son's body. But he dodged and the air begins to fold the seals, Sweatin, Baku Swishoha, the release of water, a burst wave of water, the technique of Sweitun, in which the user spews a huge amount of water, flooding everything in the district. Naruto covers everything in the district, aiming directly at Madara, who landed quite hard. Kato, Goka Mekaku, the release of fire, the great fiery destruction, is a very strong technique of Kato Uchiha Madara. With it, he creates a wall of fire, which is difficult to dodge. The technicians collided, absorbing each other and forming steam that covered everything around. People 8 kept on their feet, staggering and even held by the chakra. They moved backwards. They were just monsters, Shinobi thought. No wonder, he said. Father, yeah, Naruto, here you are this time, I won't let you go, Menma thought. Naruto and Madara landed already on the water surface remaining after the techniques. Once again, their gazes collided. This time Madara started folding seals for the equipment, Kato, Ryuan Haka no Jutsu, the release of fire, the technique of the Song of the Release of Dragon Flame, Katanjutsu Uchiha Madara, in which he, after forming seals, spews a lot of fireballs in the form of dragon heads, causing huge damage when hit by Madara's technique flew straight into Naruto. Naruto dodged the first two to finish a long series of seals, Suetun, Suryuden no Jutsu, Water Release, Water Dragon Projectile Technique, Sudenjutsu, in which the user creates a large dragon out of water that rushes at the enemy. This is a very powerful technique and the first one that requires a lot of seals to use. There are 44 of them in total. The water dragon absorbed the remnants of the flame and flew at Madara, who had a big smile and took the hit. Ahahaha, what do you say to that, son? You can even kill me. Madara shouted while his body was recovering. Susanoo, said Naruto, forming a war that immediately took the penultimate level. The warrior held up Yada's shield in front of him and grabbed Tatsuka's sword with his other hand. Madara appreciated the blue Susanoo. And the ancient artifacts were quite impressive and threatening. Do you want to seal me with this sword? And asked Madara. Although the situation scared him a little, it made him feel alive. Madara responded in kind by forming his Susanoo, and the warrior immediately took the swords in his hands. The warriors began to wait only for the command that they attack each other. The alliance was shocked by the strength of this Uchiha. Now it became clear how he was able to kill Danzo. Hey, Menma, are you going to continue to watch how they fight for you? Kurama said. No. Well, then in the battle Susanoo faced in battle, it was not an easy battle for Naruto. The shinobi god was much more experienced in the infinite chakra. And he's already spent quite a lot of it. Only artifacts saved him from sharp attacks and Madara's techniques, who understood that Naruto had already fought before and was clearly not in the best shape. Madara abruptly jumped back and directed the tree technique at Naruto. Mokuton Hijitsu, Jukai Koten, Secret Release of Wood, the birth of a virgin forest, Mokuton technique in which the user creates a forest that is able to control, sounded from Madara. Menma learned the technique last time. He only saved his own thanks to the power of Biju. He already wanted to create a Biju bomb, but then he would hurt Naruto. Naruto dismissed Susanoo and began to wait for the trees to almost cover him. Shinra Tensei, Divine Conquest of Heaven, allows the user to push objects away from any distance, shouted Naruto. The trees scattered into splinters, forming a huge crater like in Konoha or even more. Due to its large radius, it also touched Madara by throwing it away, causing him to be shocked by his son's technique. The bastard is strong, Madara thought, getting up and looking at Naruto. Well, you really strong. But not like me. I don't want to fight anymore, leave me alone and let me watch the show, Madara said, sitting down. Now Kage has created a barrier near Biju and tried to defeat him, but it's useless. Suddenly Obito covers something black and he absorbs Biju, turning into Jinchuriki. First of all, he destroyed the barrier and exposed his own. Now he was going to destroy them for the attack. Now a lot of things are going according to the canon. Don't be offended. Here Madara has already become a Jinchuriki and the whole world is in the dreams of his dreams. Madara felt such euphoria. Finally, he did what he had to do. Naruto was still alive, but Menma was near death. Here Uchiha finds himself in a strange room where he meets the Sage of the Six Paths, who first introduced himself and told his story and warned them about Kaguya. He asked the main question: what is Menmi? What is Naruto? What will you do after you win and get this power? The sage asked, I will protect my friends and family. I will definitely make world peace. I'll get my best friend back. And I will become Hokage. Menma replied, I will protect my family. The rest is not important to me, Naruto said. The sage was glad of their answers because they would not do anything wrong if they were not done. Naruto's tomo swirled in both eyes, forming a completely different Rinnegan. They looked like the eyes of a 10-tailed current. There were 6 volumes in them. His chakra level has risen significantly. And the moon element was formed on the hand. The Menma of the sun, who also received a special regime, now possesses the chakra particles of all Biju. Madara looked at his enemies and realized that he had both. But Naruto's eyes scared him. Then Madara felt that someone was going to appear from behind. You can kill a great war with the same trick. Once his friend killed him like that, and since then Madara has been looking around in all directions. Madara flew to the side, and just at that moment a black Zetsu appeared there that clearly wanted to kill him. Madara used one Gudadama to capture Zetsu. What did you want to do? Asked Madara. I said nothing to Zetsu. Don't lie, scum, said Madara again, throwing back the body of Obito, which was controlled by Zetsu. Madara is next to him again and takes Zetsu out of Obito's body with one blow, capturing him in Gudadama. Answer honestly, you, my creation, why did you suddenly want to attack me? Asked Madara. What's yours, you, my plan? The whole shinobi world is my big plan. That I am a product of Kaguya Otsutsuki. You were supposed to be the tool that I would use to resurrect Kaguya. No, I created you. Don't you want to say that the world and dreams is your plan? Madara said, still not believing in all this. Yes, I changed the tablets. The history of the shinobi world is my handiwork. Nothing was just like that. I did it to resurrect her. I'll do it, ahaha, shouted Zetsu. Is my brother also your handiwork? Of course, your brother was a true genius. It was hard to kill him that day, Zetsu said. Scum, said Madara, and sharply squeezed Gudadama, and folding unknown seals destroyed Zetsu. Ah, what are you doing? Screamed Zetsu in pain because he is being erased in a sense. A couple of seconds have passed and Zetsu no longer exists. Madara looked at the world and realized that it was all a lie. Eternal peace is the way to nothing. It became a shame in my soul that everything in this world was set up by someone. All his dreams and desires were nothing. And now Hashirama shouted, looking at his friend, who was clearly lost in his dreams. Nothing, there is no sense in this world of dreams, Madara said in shocked Menma with Naruto. What are you going to do? Asked the fourth. Madara looked at Naruto, and then an image of Mikoto appeared in his head. Uchiha was not interested in this world. Now he has the opportunity to live for real. Perhaps I will free this world. And then Madara said and looked at Naruto. No, don't even think about it. Don't go anywhere near her, Naruto said. I forgot to ask you, the brat, said Madara, and putting one seal dispelled the eternal Tsukiyomi. Madara flew in an unknown direction. Everyone, like Kage, was shocked by Madara, but his further actions were not clear to anyone. Menma, put your hand in my direction as I say, said Naruto. Everyone around quieted down like, now, Naruto said, and Menma put out his hand towards Naruto. Using the eye technique, Naruto moved Madara there. Rikudo Chibaku Tensei, 6 ways, Earth Explosion Heavenly Star, sounded simultaneously on the confused Madara, who managed to go far away and relax. The technique transmitted by Rikuda worked better than ever. Biju immediately one by one came out of Uchiha, and then Giadamezo broke out of him, who was immediately chained in stones, and Madara himself fell to the ground at death. Expected, Madara thought before his death. Confident, however, Naruto thought. Naruto, will you leave again? Menma asked. Better go say goodbye to your father. You'll have time to talk to me again. Naruto said. Well, we really will go. Hashirama said. Yes, put the seals behind me. Tobirama said. Wait a second, sensei. Said the third. Naruto did not have the slightest desire to listen to conversations and accusations in his direction, so using the eye technique he went closer to home. If only he'd found her. I could have won it. I would have lost my love. But I'm so cruel, maybe he was the only one. What the hell am I doing? What's wrong with me? Will I be able to give love? This is the technique that I have, I can change our life and give it a second chance. What am I thinking about? Mom, no, not Mom. I wish her happiness and may have saved her from happiness, you fool. Then I'll open up to her and do everything for her. Naruto passed through the barrier and opened the fence and passed on. Mikoto was sitting on the doorstep of the house, who saw her son and ran to meet him. Naruto also ran to her, and now the distance has decreased and they are in each other's arms. Uchiha hugged his mother and began to think how to express his feelings for her. Mikoto realized a long time ago that there would be no one better than Naruto, and since they already know that they love each other, it's worth admitting, Mikoto loves Naruto for real. She is only afraid that her son will refuse because of her age. I don't love you like a mother. I don't love you as a son. The words sounded on the stalk at the same time as if they had been preparing all their lives. But it was clear that the words came from the heart. Naruto and Mikoto widened their eyes at the same time. They were surprised by the reciprocity of each other's feelings. They even laughed a little, which caused both of them to fall. Mikoto fell right on Naruto. Naruto placed both hands on Mikoto's south body in the place of the chakra hearth and near the heart. And he began to pour in chakra in large quantities. Mikoto felt her hair start to gain length abruptly and her breasts slightly decreased as in the days when she had not yet given birth to children. Even the hymen of virginity has returned. As well as Mikoto's ass slightly decreased. It was an amazing feeling. The chakra channels have expanded at times. What did you do? Asked Mikoto, seeing how Naruto was breathing heavily. Now you are 17 years old in the body, if not less, you have overdone the chakra. Yet there really is a divine thing hidden in your beauty in no other way. After all, you are not strong, Naruto said. Mikoto looked at herself and saw that things were a little bigger now. She was in shock. The only technique I came up with for all the fan fiction, only Naruto has it. I think you won't mind, Naru, and you can explain our love. Mikoto asked our children. Naruto was shocked by the question. He wasn't thinking about children at all. There Mikoto left the day her eldest son betrayed her. And now you have a different life. Don't worry about it, never look at others and their opinions. I love you and I will protect you. I will accept all your pain. The main thing is not to be sad, my love. I love Buck. Do you want to have more children, especially from me? Naruto asked. You gave me back the body of my youth, and at this age, I had not yet given birth to children and was a virgin. So I don't mind giving birth to little Uchi for you, Naruto blushed. He still couldn't believe it all. Thanks to Hagoromo, Naruto thought. Naru, and where does this technique come from? Mikoto asked, snuggling up to the love of her life. The eyes in them had this ability, but I would never have recognized it if not for the sage of the 6 ways. Such eyes in the world for the first time in history. So this is a feature of mine, Naruto said and stroked Mikoto's hair. Naruto kissed Mikoto on the forehead. Now you can, and that's what Mikoto said. And rising, she bit into Naruto's lips with her whole body, pressing him at the same time. Holding his face with her hands, Mikoto Toka intensified the feelings from the kiss. Naruto, who had not done this before, was extremely inexperienced in this, but tried to convey feelings through this kiss. Putting his hands on her back, stroking and hugging Naruto, continued the kiss. No one knows how long they could have done this, but obviously for a very long time. But when Mikoto thought that Naruto on Earth did not really decide to break the kiss. Mikoto broke off the kiss and still sitting on Naruto realized that her hair covered all her vision. She abruptly threw her head back, from which her hair obediently went back. It looked as Shreksy as possible. "Come on, let us eat, you probably hungry," Mikoto said, getting up. "With you, at least," were Naruto said, and stood up again, captivated the girl in his arms and lifted her in his arms. After Naruto took Mikoto to the bedroom and lay down next to her. They looked into each other's eyes for a long time, trying to figure out if this is definitely not a dream. For Naruto, Mikoto's smile was like heaven and the scent of hair was truly happiness. Mikoto would never have thought that her son would become her man. Mikoto decided to kiss Naruto again because it brought her pleasure. Again, she climbed on top and bit into the lips of Naruto, who was clearly not used to it yet. Lips dug into each other again. Mikoto squeezed Naruto's things or stroked him wherever her hands reached. Naruto was a little in a stupor, so he kept their current on the girl's back. Mikoto realized that Naruto was still very timid and took his hands and lowered them to her elastic ass. "Do you remember how once after one of the nights you ran up and hugged me, putting your hands on my ass and resting your face in my bosom? Do you remember?" and Mikoto asked after breaking away from the kiss. "Yes, but I didn't understand there. That girls get excited from this," Naruto said, all red. "You even blew on my bosom as if you knew where I was hurt. You surprised me then," Mikoto said, smiling affectionately and holding her hands on Naruto's face. "Well, I watched once. I'll tell you right away, it was by accident." Naruto said he was really ashamed. Naughty. "Do you want me to ask Mikoto?" She wanted Naruto. "Yes." "Oh, no, yes, Naruto said. "Aha, my beloved, how glad I am you would know. Your words were beautiful. You stole my soul again," Mikoto said and again bit into Naruto's lips. So they lay and kissed until the evening, remembering the past. Again, the kiss of tongues began to struggle, where Mikoto easily won the battle and began to study Naruto's mouth. The excitement was growing, but so far not one wanted Sheks. They had enough of this attention from each other. Naruto broke off the kiss. "The clone has prepared everything there," Naruto said, lifting Mikoto into his arms. "Will you always carry me in your arms now?" asked Mikoto, smiling sweetly. "Of course, let us go." Naruto and Mikoto ate a wonderful dinner cooked by a clone. Here they have already got up from the table as Mikoto ran somewhere. Naruto immediately realized everything and ran after her. But Kunoichi's speed was great and she calmly ran to the bathroom first and closed the room. "Cute, you're the second," he laughed. Kunoichi, "Ahaha, you made me beautiful. You won't say anything." Mikoto came out of the shower and ran to clean up. The evening was supposed to be hot. They were both on edge. Naruto came out after a shower and went to his room. He only hid his dignity with a towel. Then there was a lemon scene that Uncle YouTube condemns. After a while, Mikoto gave birth to 2 for Naruto. She screamed a lot during childbirth and very much. "After all, I thought that once I gave birth, I got used to it, but not." The children were born healthy, a boy and a girl. Both were Uchiha. In addition, Naruto found Itachi's son. Konan was killed in a battle with Obito. But she managed to save the child. The children loved Mikoto and she was crazy with happiness. They gave much more than Itachi and Sasuke. Naruto forever turned the Uchi clan upside down. Now there was no need to be cold-blooded in the house. Mikoto was loved by children and Naruto. Uchiha continued to give her his love throughout the time. The boy was a copy of Naruto, but the girl looks like Mikoto and was named Kiyomi. The boy was named Kaguroma. Mikoto and Naruto were happy. And the children were another reason for joy. They have a new thread ahead of them and it's Itsuki. End. Tatsu was with you.